and
Well, I Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Titan Esports Divinity League All Pro Showcase of 2023. I'm one of your casters, Dolphy Vix, and I am joined by.
I am Sandbag, and I am absolutely thrilled to be your second caster here, joining for these All-Star games. We're going to be launching into Champion Select, as you guys saw. We had a smidge of technical difficulties, but speed casting our way through it. We got ourselves a Victor Wukong Melio band, we got a Caitlyn J4, and this Maokai. Before we actually see the picks, Pentakill Pikachu hitting the Rift alongside Set Sejuani Renekton. Everything up to speed, all signs go. Should be smooth sailing from here, Dolphy. Give us your thoughts as our resident color cast. You got to be the brains. What are we thinking here? What are we looking at?
So unfortunate that I have to think. But, looking at the Zeri, already knowing that's going to be a hell of a pick for the ADC. Nunu Will of Jungle is actually very interesting to contest the Sejuani. Or at least I'm assuming that the Sejuani will be jungle. I've seen a Sejuani in support before. I don't think that went well for the bot lane, so I'm gonna assume, we're not seeing that. Ashe for the bot lane, most likely here.
It
And
is in.
yeah.
It is going to be the Ashe for the AD carry role. And yes, Sejuani will be filling into the jungle. Well, she can be flexed up into the top, into the support. That's more than likely where we're going to be see her facing off against that Nunu. You're absolutely correct in that one so far.
I like the Nico ban here. Nico is such a strong character, especially her ult. Even when she's still like level 6 only, not really fed, 0 kills. Her ult is just so good for immobilizing multiple enemies at once, and I feel like that's just a strong ban. On the other hand, Annie. And Annie also does a lot of damage early game, especially when she gets to her level 6. So, strong ultimate characters going out the window right now.
Yep, people who you said yourself, big AoE ultimates. The Nico also has that added wrinkle of the camouflage when you have to make the AD carry player concentrate on keeping track of that incognito Nico. It can get really messy, so Team 3 is going to be knocking that one off the table as the Anivia also banned out. I think I've seen about 3 Anivias in the last 2 years. So what are we thinking on that ban, Miss Dolphy? Is that something you're happy to see off the table?
I'm not gonna lie, I think that's a bit of a wasted ban. Nivea doesn't seem that strong to me compared to a different bans like maybe Malzahar for the mid lane. I mean, and Nivea just kind of has like an ice wall and a bit of a, poke damage really. But at the end of the day, she's just a giant bird. Malzahar has an insane burn with like a shield, and I think that could have been like a really good ban. But on the other hand, only time will really tell if that Nivea ban really worked out. On the other hand, Aurelion Sol, another amazing ban, because of just poke damage. Poke damage, going insanely, trying to keep your health up, trying to make sure you got your lane, all of this stuff going into these thought processes. A Yana versus a Nautilus for the support. I like the Yana pick for Zeri. Yana being able to knock up your enemies, very early game, and provide so much poke damage. Like I said, you want to have poke damage, control your lane.
Try and pressure it out, absolutely. Aurelion Sol, someone who I'm very glad. Use yourself. Strong champ, annoying. The champion who can just sit there under his turret for 30 minutes, walk out and be like, hey, All right, I've arrived, and then the game just feels like it absolutely ends is at that 2.5 item mark. But we're going to be seeing the Silas and the Janna on the other side to try and make use of what are some very strong ultimates here out of Team 3. We got Sejuani, we got the Ashe, we got the Nautilus. All three, something that Silas is going to be very happy to grab up with that hijack as we see the last pick from this red side. We're trying to round this out with a mid laner, more than likely Set obviously can flex, and it is going to be
Ooh.
the Cassiopeia locked in. So as much denial of movement as possible. Give us your thoughts here, Vix. What are we thinking?
Against a Silas, that's a really good idea. This Silas can just, hook onto people, explode things, heal off of, doing damage to minions. I feel like limiting that mobility is just really strong. It's a really good idea.
Is
Uh,
indeed stopping the dashing coming through. What were you saying?
yeah. Yeah, that exactly. That is exactly what I was thinking. Um, and again, it's all about controlling your lane, making sure you can get your minions, your CS up, your gold up, making sure you have the upper hand with the wave, or if you need to freeze it, um, you want that control.
It is indeed. So as our resident color, having your chance at this for what is one of the handful of times you've gotten a chance to. What are we thinking as in terms of full kind of comprehensive teams here? Do we think we have a winner and a loser in this draft? Is there anything that really stands out to you with the two drafts these two teams have picked up?
I'm right now looking at the champions, and I'm seeing a lot of scaling. Zeri scaling, Cassiopeia scaling, Set scaling, um, as well as a lot of immobilizing supports. Nautilus and Yana, being extremely strong when it comes to hooking or making sure your target can't get away. On the other hand, Renekton and Set are really hard hitters. And they also tank a lot of damage if needed. So I think both teams have a little bit of everything, and I don't think you can tell if this will be a win or a loss based just off the team comps.
You never honestly can, right? No team, no matter how doomed it looks in draft, is completely counted out until we hit the rift. So, yeah, like you said, immobilizing, like you said, there are gonna be things to look at. For one, my eyes are directly fixated on this Zeri. AD Carry has been
Yes.
seeing so much success in pretty much every level of play, all the way down from the deepest depths of NA solo kill to the absolute highest tiers of competition, like, obviously, the Divinity League here at Titan Esports. The pinnacle of competition, Zeri has been a problem with a capital P. So, looking forward to seeing what the piloting out of these 80 carries is going to look like.
Percent on that, and also the mid carries. The Silas, the Cassiopeia, being able to just as a mid player being able to roam, um, easy access to ganks, and mid lane. Sometimes it feels like mid lane is like your center point. It's not always the most important lane, but it's always like a very very big focus, especially for junglers or supports that want to back up their mid lane, because at the end of the day, your mid lane is where the minions go fastest. That's where people will fight the fastest. That's where most conflicts will take the fastest, and it's also where the river stops, and expands into dry land. So
Yep, you were saying absolutely the idea of roaming, something that every mid laner knows. You're trying to push out, you're trying to move, you're trying to join up with your jungler, trying to get into those side lanes, impact them. It could be a very swingy top lane up on the top side of the map with Set and Renekton. If you get a lead on either of those champions, it is not long before that balloons. Because as a Renekton from behind, you offer pretty much a stun, and that's about it if you don't have much damage. On the other side, Set, he's got at least the showstopper to work with. He does have a suppress, a displacement. He's got some stuns and things, but still, Renekton can absolutely go to town on him. So, trying to move out to those solo lanes, either Zeri gets ahead or try and get push and roam. It'll be very interesting here. Any closing thoughts before we kick this to a break to get ourselves all synced up and ready to go for game one?
All eyes are on that Zeri right now. That can make or break the game.
Absolutely, it will. So we're going to be going just a quick break here, just 2-minute competitive integrity. I'm sure you're all very familiar with. We don't want no cheating ghosts here floating around. So don't go anywhere, and we will see you guys for game one right after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game one of the All-Star break here at the Divinity section of the Titans Esports. We got ourselves a little bit of a level 1 out of this Nautilus flashing forwards, able to pick up this Silas, and once the slow comes through, he's able to dash his way to safety. These teams don't even get us a chance to set the table, Vix. Welcome aboard. We settled in. We ready to go?
Yeah. Already look at Star-Lord just trying to walk in and get something else off this early invade.
Just trying to continue chasing forward. Set might be in a little bit of an awkward situation here in a 2 versus 1. It'll be hard to work through the massive health bar considering we already saw the Q used, so no CC. but it means that moves and counter moves already. Team 3, Team 4, they're ready to go. There ain't no game 1 jitters here,
Yeah.
as Cassiopeia is here to reinforce it. Bit of a pullback, bit of poke damage, and we can't even make it to our camps before they start duking it out.
So bloodthirsty, these players. But, you know, all murderous intentions, at least, must come to an end eventually. Camp's getting started right now. And, you know, for such a action-packed beginning, we're kind of calm right now.
We are indeed. We're able to settle ourselves a little bit. We do see pretty normal runes, masteries all the way across the board. We're taking a look at Star-Lord already having that Hex Flash. He is more than likely going to be looking to get that onto this Janna if he can, considering the cleanse is coming out of Kiora. And other than that, Phase Rush on Nunu, everything's looking pretty spick and span all the way down the line here.
Yeah, pretty normal. Ooh, Paige, you're going in. He's gonna take a turret shot.
It is indeed trading back here, pulling out that red line down in bot lane. As we see, this Nautilus is going to be going his way here. And like you said, bloodthirstiness. Dredgeline does connect this time, adding to a bit more chip damage. And things are really starting to heap up. There are no farming available. Why bother hitting these creeps when you can start wailing on champs?
I really have to point out this CS deficit in the top lane though. With Tiggsy only on 3 minion kills compared to Yika being on 14, a lot is happening.
Nunu's trying to get his hands dirty up in the top lane. The big haymaker comes through, buying a little bit of space, flashing forwards. The stun's connecting, but with the jungle to reinforce it, Chris is here to bail out his buddy. One more auto will do it. His first blood goes over to Sejuani, trading it back. Top laner for the extra. Junglers will fall on both sides, and 3 minutes, 3 kills. No game 1 jitters to be found, Vix.
I really feel like this is just so advantageous towards you know, the red team here because, like I said, one, you got that CS deficit. Two, they come out with the more kills there. They've already got a 0.5k lead. Ooh, that hook from Nautilus though.
Not quite connecting. Ash is able to get a nice little trade back, but it's just constant battling over and over and over as we finally settle into a little bit of clearing and a little bit of farming. Peace hits the rift at the first point, as I might have spoken a little bit too soon. We see the Nunu rolling his way, and he's going to be finding Nautilus as best he can, trying to swing his way with the snowball, but it will be stepped away from. And at last, I might be able to throw this one back to you without these two teams start duking it out
Yeah.
once more.
I actually want to swing it back to mid. Like I said, that CS diff, Cassiopeia being able to actually send Silas back through a recall to gain so much. Like there's a 20, almost a 20 CS lead right now, and her wave is pushed up, so she's got a lot riding right now.
Jeez, is indeed. You can see a bunch of those minions currently underneath the tower of the Silas. He's going to be trying to pick up as much as he can. And it is hard, right? He's melee into ranged, like you said. The mobility can be stuffed by that miasma of the Cassiopeia. So he's going to have his handful equaling out the CS somewhat, knocking it from that 20 range down to around 13. But still, Cassiopeia doing a good job. Chinese Spy is really rising to the occasion. As the Nautilus, not quite the target he was looking for, forces the flash nonetheless. And these teams are just ready to keep on going. In the mid, fighting has once again started. Kingslayer forwards out of the Silas. But once that Q lands, the poison will stack. And EDN Major is getting the worst of that trade.
And now you can see like Spy Kid actually going up for the gank, and this actually might be a kill. I think Yika is so low, and there it is. So Spy Kid, you know, trying to get a bit fed here, and trying to even out the goal lead, which you know has substantially decreased.
Yep. Spy Kid has been active all the way across the map. We see another gank up at the top lane. Once Yika lost his flash, it was easy pickings here for this Nunu. And I know there was a little bit of Nunu support early on out of the chat, so I'm sure they were going to be very happy to see Spy Kid able to pick up their second kill of the game and equalize us out nice and easy 2-2.
And again, I'm looking at how these lanes are being played now. Cassiopeia such an advantage on Silas. On the other hand, Set using his TP to come back to lane faster, get that CS, be able to actually push up a bit and not have to worry too much about his turret, so he can use that gold he's got. Meanwhile, Spy Kid kind of falling behind on the CS, due to the gank. So you kind of have to choose between ganks, CS when you're a jungler. Drake gonna be started here. Bot prio, on the side of the red team, so not really gonna get contested too much, but it really depends on how this smite is used. If it can be used at all, and it won't be, so.
Chris is able to gobble that one up. Like you said, absolutely perfect. Getting bot priority, trying to push in there, and then move to help your jungler. Although the other side of that is, unfortunately for them, the CS is falling the other way. Nautilus not connecting the hook, but finding the passive auto. And with Sejuani in their pocket, Not So Dark is able to pick up their first kill of the game as Nunu looks to re-engage here, snowballing their way forwards. But you're going to be in a 3 versus 1. You don't want anything to do with that. Dip on out with the phase rush, and life continues as normal for Not So Dark.
A lot of damage being done, and one thing I'm really noticing between these guys is that their damage output is insane. Reaction actually not only just closing the gap between the CS, but actually getting the upper hand on the CS. Meanwhile, Silas still kind of falling behind. And, if when you look at the bot lane, Ashe is kind of splitting the CS with Nautilus. The Rift Herald, Tigsy's not going to start that. There's not enough top lane pressure to really get these objectives. On the other hand, now that Tigsy's back to distract Yikaw, in this fist fight they're having, Spike should be able to get this objective. Chris
They are
not
going to
really
be
anywhere to
duking
be
it
seen.
out top lane. Ultimates are going to be prop. Showstopper will come flying out. I thought it was going to be enough to kill Tigsy, but holding that flash, nerves of steel from the crocodile, and with the extra push, we got members in the mid lane flashing forwards. Is this Nautilus trying to find the Cassiopeia? And with Chris in his pocket, Dredgeline's going to be enough CC, and Major will fall. Re-engage onto this Janna, but a very nice Nado to dissuade, meaning that just bringing more members to the mid lane will set their sights on this Rift Herald.
Right. And, I want to point out, Yikaw actually ults Tigsy and flashes away from the ult, heavily underestimating, the dynamics between their health, and actually giving Tigsy a kind of free pass to just kind of leave. On the other hand, this Rift Herald definitely gonna go down to the red team, who are now not only up on objectives substantially, but also up on gold substantially, about a 1k difference, 2 kill difference.
1k, 2k, stacking that one up nicely. And like you said, the gold difference is one thing, but the dragons, the objectives, you see the Eye of the Herald currently sat in Chris's pocket. So objectives are going one way, kills are going one way, gold is going the other way. Red team are setting themselves up in a pretty comfy early game, all things considered.
I've seen leads like this just collapse and break, so I really want to see how they're able to just take this and keep going with it. Still keeping an eye on that CS. Now seeing Zeri's got such a lead on Ashe. About the same amount actually as Cass has on Silas. So, now it comes down to these bot lanes and this mid lane, because in terms of gold and kills, they're kind of even.
Ultimate out of the Ashe here. They're looking for an engage. Able to get the flash out of Arrow once more. And this bot lane, while finding as many of these ins as they can, it's going to be Nunu here to disrupt the balance. 3 versus 2. Nautilus under fire. And as much as you possibly can do will not be enough, as Spy Kid ends up slaying Star-Lord, and they're able to get another kill into the pockets of this Nunu. Panning our eyes up into the top lane. We're going to be diving straight under. We don't have time to pan anywhere, as the Monsoon's gonna be trying to keep the AD carry up as long as possible, trading out. There's just carcasses everywhere. 1-for-1 on terms of the AD carries, but Spike Good also falls. Beautiful flash here out of Tigsy to step away from that true damage center as Yeecaw and Tigsy continue to go hammer and tongs up in the top lane.
I mean, during all of that, there was also a Rift Herald mid, so like a lot of action going on, banking on the fact that nobody can really support Major, so the Rift Herald gets a free hit on the turret. On the other hand, you know, that massive dive trying to get Not So Dark, actually not giving Not So Dark 2 kills, um, enabling that gold lead. Ooh, that was a scary hook from
There.
Nautilus.
Anyways, you can finish the points. What was that? Don't let Star-Lord distract you with the silly shenanigans.
Right. You know, Not So Dark getting that 2 kills. Now has a bounty, 3-1. And now that CS difference doesn't seem as important as the kill difference because, you know, if that Ashe gets fed, if your ADC gets fed, you have so much attack power. And with Sejuani also already being on a mythic, these two items, both of these mythics, are just going to be so big for the red team.
It is already Radiant Virtue. We do connect the arrow onto Zero Cross once again, but it won't amount to much more than a little bit of chip damage and more of a nuisance here. But absolutely right. Panning your eyes to those items, you correctly identified yourself. Sejuani has Mythic. Ashe has Mythic. It is actually the Ginsu's Rage Blade here. So one of those new Mythics for those of you not tuning in for a little while. I know you yourself have been you're more of a Valorant gamer, more of a TFT gamer, so have you
Yeah.
been able to take a look at some of these new mythics, AD carries getting themselves a bunch of changes?
I
You familiar
have
with those?
actually. Yeah. The Grints are. I still can't say it though. But the Rage Blade is definitely an interesting mythic, I would say, especially with the on hits buff. You know, uh, the way I've not really seen people buy it first, to be honest. I was expecting more maybe Kraken Slayer, which is now not a mythic. Uh, but you know, metas change and stuff. These top lanes look so even. Look at this fight going on in the bot lane.
There's certainly going to be more action every time you turn your camera. There's more going on your screen. I'm going to have massive props over to our observer trying to keep track of all of this. We got ourselves not quite. So let me set the scene here while we have a bit of a disengage recalls coming through. We might have to hold that. I can't say anything here as Nautilus finds the engage in the free firing. The Ashe is starting to lay into Janna. Heal has been burned. Ignite traded out on the other side, waiting for one more dredge line if Nautilus wants to look for more. But instead, it will be a disengage looking towards the Nunu. 2 versus 2 will be set up as Cassiopeia throws out the Miasma, flashing away, able to get the Petrifying Gaze onto 1. And diving their way forwards, this Nunu's going to be trying to get as much damage as they can. It will be enough to slay 1 so far as the Vamp comes through. Double kill going over to Chinese Spy. And the Cassiopeia managed to stay on her, I was going to say stay on her feet, but stay on her tail?
I was
Stay on
just.
her butt, what? Stay on her
I was
tail.
just staring at the health the entire time, like getting so low. I really, really thought Major was gonna get that kill. I think Major thought, that he was gonna be able to get that kill. Really banking on that. But here's the first turret going down, and Red Team just seemed kind of unstoppable. 3K gold lead, 4 kills lead, and definitely a huge, huge objectives lead. Couple that with the CS leads and the bounties, and you're gonna see, a lot of hard hitters now, on the red team.
Red team certainly starting to extend that lead. It's one thing to play out the early game Gumpy, right? It's one thing to be able to build yourself, a couple CS, a couple of plates, but to be able to continue moving that forwards. You said that sometimes leads are known to just completely evaporate as you go into the game, and that is going to be always a risk that you're running, but so far Red Team feels like they're able to keep it snowballing, keep increasing the lead somewhere in the 3K range now, and with more objectives pouring in, I'm going to kind of throw this one to you as we see some posturing for this Rift Herald. Where are we looking to find a fight? Who are we looking to knock down first if you were able to pick your target here?
I mean, if I was on the blue team and I needed to knock someone out, I'd be trying to get out Ashe. But Ashe is nowhere close, so let's go with Cass because she's a hard hitter, but she's not really a tank. And if you're looking at these oh, and here's actually the teleport in, getting pinged out and going straight
We're
into
gonna
the
be finding
fight.
it. I think you're right. We're gonna be keeping our eyes on this Cassiopeia. The Enchanted Crystal L will not find anyone as Nunu channels it onto 2. Renekton's gonna be in the back of those lines. Punch goes through. Monsoon is also gonna be sustaining their way up. Eyes on set. He's just duking it out in the middle of 3, but 2 men will fall. And it is currently gonna be a re-engaged Nunu finding a 2-man route. A very nice Nado will keep them in this fight. And Cassiopeia still standing, continuing to fight and push back. You said yourself, Chinese Spy is VIP, and without target number 1 down, yes, 2 kills do go over to the blue team, but they're the ones who are still being pushed back. Crocodile's gonna be looking for a little bit more here. Renekton does find the stun, and that will be the Cassiopeia falling. Sejuani's gonna be going for a last gasp attempt to Shelly, but she will not find it, and blue team are able to come out and equalize themselves, not only in the kills, but in that gold lead itself.
Spike is just going for a little bit of bonus onto Star-Lord, who's kind of alone. And I gotta look at that fight again. And you can see Cassiopeia knowing she's the damage dealer without Ashe there. You know, staying in the back lines. There's a flash burn for Star-Lord. But back to the fight. You know, you can kind of see their positioning. You know, you want to stay away from the fight if you can get that damage done. But the tanks just went so fast. And it was kind of unexpected, really, to see them die so fast because but it might be attributed to the fact that, you know, Nautilus isn't really built to tank right now.
Nautilus still working on that first item here as the Ghost comes through. It's going to be a split fight on 2 fronts here, as on either side of the river, red team will own the Dragon Pit, so they will pick up the objective, putting themselves on Soul Point. The Nunu's going to get himself caught up and now re-engaging. Nunu will fall, surely, but they're electing to go for bigger fish. They finally get him on the tail end of it, but now Zeri is the last one standing, looking for another engage. She's the main target. Showstopper here from this set is able to pick up the support, and it is going to be objective +2 for the side of the red team.
I think that's like an overextension actually from the blue team. You know, trying to get more than they really need to. You know, when that red team has their Ashe, I feel like they become a lot more unstoppable. I mean, the Rift Herald fight, you know, you were kind of missing that ADC there, as she was kind of like trying to split push down the lane. And now Ashe is back, and she's able to pick up a kill and do a lot of damage for, to support her teammates.
Certainly so. It is going to be up to Chinese Spy and Not So Dark. Everyone else are the facilitators. These are the 2 protagonists here. Cassiopeia plus Ashe. As you said yourself, Kinzu's Rage Blade is almost more of a set-up item. You know, you apply those on hits twice. You want to have something to apply. So she's going to be moving for that Blade of the Ruined King. But already, only 1 item completed is all you need, and already pushing out massive amounts of damage into these poor blue team members.
And we're kind of back to this, you know, go back to farming, but now you can really see the differences. You know, we were kind of, you know, looking at that Zeri, expecting her to scale, but now Ashe is the one who's been able to do that damage, hit hard, carry team fights. On the other hand, Nautilus now has his tank item, his mythic, and Sejuani on 2 items definitely going to become increasingly dangerous.
Able to hold the line for even longer periods of time, right? We were talking about Radiant Virtue, trying to buff up the team, trying to make sure that you're able to survive and give space for those 2 protagonists we were talking about. On the other side, Spy Kid has been doing a great job rolling around the map, about staying mobile, about trying to impact lanes. But as we say, that Renekton will not go for that dice. He won't go for that second charge forwards in a sticky situation. So where are we expecting the next play? You said yourself that it's in a bit of a lull, right? At least in terms of these two teams who are bloodthirsty as all heck. Where are we looking to make our next play? You said Cassiopeia is prime target, and then once Cassiopeia was falling, things looked a lot better for the blue team. So, if you're trying to look, who is the prime target? Who are we looking for both teams before these team fights are going to be kicking off here?
The Nunu really. This Nunu, like I said, uh, definitely the main focus of the blue team when it comes to. Ooh, what an arrow from Ash!
Look at where Arrow landed from. He's stunned into grounded into gray screen. Beautiful snipe here from Not So Dark. And Cassiopeia is going to be able to pick herself up a freebie on the Major down here in the bot lane.
I was going to talk about Ash and Cassiopeia as you know, these hard hitters. But I guess I can't get a word in.
Yeah, nothing to see here. I'm not even going to try and play-by-play. That one was just a crocodile turned into a pair of shoes here as Tigsy's going to fall to a 4-man dive.
You know, I want to say we should be looking at that Ash, that Cass, but they were not present in that fight at all because, you know, all the other members of Red Team are good enough on their own, especially as tanks. Set is a hard hitter. It doesn't really matter to Set, you know, if he's building tank or not. He's powerful enough as it is. Characteristic of those top laners.
Yep, the independence, definitely a characteristic of those top laners. You don't need much help, so when you do get it, it just feels twice as nice. There's 20 seconds left on this objective. You have the Chem Dragon Soul up for grabs here, and so if you're the blue team, we're talking about Ash, we're talking about Cassiopeia. What are we expecting here? Who are we looking to be the big hero and step up for the blue team to try and get something going from what is honestly a losing position right now? Who are we looking at? Nunu?
Nunu.
And here comes the triumphant charge. It will be Miasma. And what were you saying? We got 1 minute before this kicks off. We got a moment. What are we looking for? Nunu?
Yes, Nunu. Zeri, to her credit though, has so much CS. She actually might be able to contest some of this damage that Ash is outputting. Purely off of what? The 50 CS lead? 50 minion lead? She's got a bounty off of her CS alone. Actually.
Yeah. It's going to be a 60 CS lead as we see the dragon fight kicking off. Nautilus is going to be able to block up that first roll in. And Silas caught by the petrifying gaze, meaning it is already a 5 versus 4 fight. Dominus has been popped, so he's going to be doing as much vamp as he can, but he will fall. And with Silas getting caught, blue team will fall. Zeri is the last one left to hold the line. But it's going to be a wing and a prayer. Go for the W snipe. Go for something. Ash won't even let her have that as she flashes over the wall. Assisted by her Nautilus. Clean 5-4-0 ace. Soul on top of it. Everything going red team's way right now.
Look at that damage output. Look at those kills. Cass and Ash really tanking it up. But it's Sejuani with the 10 assists that, you know, really get your brains turning. Sejuani has been here, been tanking, been out here. Actually had 2 kills at the start and has only been scaling more and more and more off of her items. She's also got the Bramble Vest, you know, the anti-heal, the previous moves, you know, blocking off a lot of, you know, Silas and Nunu. Well, you know, all of that healing is suddenly nulled.
It's already cut significantly with that Bramble Vest. There's roughly, it's only been bought early, so it hasn't really gotten a chance to live up to its glory, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Identifying 14 out of 17 KP here for the Sejuani. Sure, she's not the protagonist in terms of damage, but she's been the most active on the map. That's what you want to see out of the jungler. Proactivity, moving around the map, even keeping ahead of a Nunu who is, like you said, a big problem and is find themselves a Nautilus. The Blast Cone will launch him to relative safety, but it's into the frying pan, and he will be cooked. Freebie going over to the blue team as now they set their sights on this Baron.
I mean,
oh no.
No, Cass, you can't do this to Major again. just sometimes you gotta feel bad for Major and you gotta feel bad for Spy Kid because they've just been on the back foot so much this game. Look at these kills. Look at this damage output.
Duking it out. Sets end up punching the wrong way, but he's going to continue putting the shots into this Renekton. He will fall. Now Zeri's going to be giving chase to this Ashe, and that is prime target 1 already down. Flipping this way around. Eyes on the Zeri. It's only 2 meatballs left, so she's going to be more than comfortable to tank this one up. Yika will take out the Nunu, but without Zeri falling, there is still a life left in this blue team. She's looking for a little bit more. Trap has been laid, but Set will be caught out. Chemsoul does nothing to get you closer. Arctic Assault forwards out of the Sejuani, but there's still no threat. Long E out of this Zeri. She leaves her support out to dry, but has joined up with Major. Looking for more damage on the other side of it. One more Haymaker will simply slay the mid laner. Yi Ka is simply waiting for W and punching the lights out of this blue team.
You know, we see the shutdown on Ashe.
The
Damn.
montage music has been silenced with one swift Star-Lord dredge line.
Like I said, you know, there's a shutdown on Not So Dark, but it goes to Yana. It doesn't go to Zeri. It goes to the support, and it's kind of a waste. It's kind of a burn. And on the other hand, you know, the red team, of course, double kill lead, Dragon, Chemtech, Soul, and a 6K lead. I mean, it can't get, you know, it can't get worse than this. Or, I mean, it could, but
oh, it certainly
pretty
can
bad.
here. Baron buff in hand. You were talking about it can't get worse. Now add a super buff on top of it here, Dolphy.
you know, this game is just not going in blue team's favor. It's kind of falling apart, to be honest. Tizzy able to actually get the red team turret though, before having to run away. Not gonna get chased. Very lucky. And I'm just looking at like the items, you know, how these builds are going, you know. And I think we really need to see something come out of Zeri. Kiora needs to come up with something. You know, she's got the 260 CS. She just needs to do something. To get her a kill.
Is
And
that
start
some
scaling
free
even more.
Dolphy coaching? The coaching is go do something? Is that what we're looking
You
at in
can't
this
do
game?
anything if you don't decide to.
Okay, so I'm gonna need maybe just a little bit more on that one. Elaborate for me. What are we looking for Kiora to do here? What are we trying to what
Be
are
able
we
to get a
looking
kill.
to make happen? What to manufacture here? If we're trying to pull this blue team back into the game.
Well, first of all, Kiora's gonna need to get a kill somehow. You know, this.
All right, how about in a
Great
1
fight.
versus 3 here as the ultimate out of Janna will be channeled. The Silas will be immediately slayed, and the continuation, it's 80 carries wailing on front lines. Who gives first? And it ends up being Tiggs. He doesn't have the health to work with, and now 2 versus 1, Cassiopeia charging forwards. Slow out of the Ashe, flash forward. That's the bloodlust in the red
That's
team
an
Terry's
ace.
eyes, and that is a triple kill going over to this Ashe. 5-4-0 Baron buff in hand. I can see a deep base push coming through for the red team.
Be a potential end, to be honest. Maybe if their health, because Ashe has enough healing. Ashe does have Blade of the Ruined King, a lot of damage output, so that's healing. I could see, you know, if this team fight doesn't go well, this could be the end.
Spy
And that
Kids.
turret is just getting
Spy Kid's
burned.
gonna try and clear the wave. Spy Kid's gonna try and stall, but they're ignoring him like a bug on a windshield. He will simply go splat. Major is gonna fall directly afterwards. Tiggsy hitting the dirt, and now Kiora's montage music will be cut. And that is going to be a swift end to the game. You said it yourself. Red
My
team's
God.
looking to close. We're fountain diving for style. Saving Chris here with the end. And a 32-11 victory. Red team absolutely popping off here.
Game. You really want these kills going to Zeri, your carry, but shut down on Not So Dark going to Yana instead, the support. Uh, Meanwhile, Silas just getting completely outclassed by Cassiopeia on the mid lane. A very, very unfortunate game for the red team overall. For blue team overall.
Unfortunate. So, while we have a moment to break down, and Team 3 is able to celebrate their newfound points, getting themselves off the mark and stepping forwards 1 inch closer to, did I mention, $250 prize pool? These teams have banded together, put more, not only is their pride on the line, not only is there the bragging rights of your comrades on the line, these guys have pulled together $250 winner takes all. So Team 3 are going to be looking to grab that one up for themselves. But you had said blue team. Unfortunate for them. Where do you think it went wrong in terms of
Definitely.
adaptations? Where do you think it went wrong? What alterations are you making if you're trying to coach Team 4 into some more success in Game 2?
Well, you're looking at the mid lane and you're seeing the Silas at a extreme disadvantage against the Cassiopeia. And then you're also looking at, the bot lane here. Ashe being able to just scale off of the 2 kills from the dive that kind of went wrong, to be honest. When you're diving, you know, feeding your enemy kills is definitely the main issue all the time. Uh,
Yeah.
and then
Cassiopeia is the problem. Is that the verdict?
I think it was just, looking at the matchups. Mid lane, definitely a very disfavorable matchup for Silas. Bottom lane, Ashe being able to get those 2 kills, scale off of it. And top lane was kind of just a give and take, but the ganks from Sejuani were on point.
Sejuani was able to impact. You were saying in terms of getting active, right? In terms of moving around the map, ending up with somewhere in the range of 27 out of 32 of those kills. She had an influence, either a kill, an assist. She was there, she was supporting. Maybe it was just moral support, but she was there nonetheless. So mid lane, Chinese Spy, and Chris, that mid jungle combination ended up being quite a big deal in this game, and they were setting themselves up nicely. Team 3, do we think that that's gonna be a favorite in this one?
We'll have to see. We have to see the other teams first.
Absolutely interesting. So, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to be sliding into a quick break to get ourselves set up for the next game and being ready for. We're going to have 4 full games here for you guys today. 3 for the round robin and 1 for the grand finale. So, don't go anywhere. We will see you guys for game 2 of this round robin right after the break. Welcome back, everybody, here to the All-Stars at the Titan Esports. After finishing the first game where Team 3 was able to take their very first win of this round robin, we're going to be setting ourselves up for a clash between Team 2 and Team 4. Unfortunately, both of these two teams sitting at an 0-1 scoreline, so looking to get off the mark, looking to change things up. Joining me once again is Miss Dolphy, so go ahead and walk us through what are we changing for Team 4 to try and in the draft to try and set yourself up for success as best as possible.
See an Akali ban. That's my
Oh
first.
no, your one trick.
Thought.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
no. How could they do this? But ooh, the ADC's already getting locked in. Misfortune and a Caitlyn. These are two pretty standard picks, actually. I would say that Misfortune, is hella annoying. Caitlyn's a pretty good long range. Her range is pretty good for Caitlyn. But Misfortune does have all that AoE, so definitely gonna see how those two really match up against each other. Meanwhile, Nico, and I'm pretty sure that's for the mid lane, but that could be for jungle if I'm wrong. I really just gotta see what the team 2 is looking to pick here. There's a Thresh. That's definitely a support.
Interesting.
I like the hook. With Misfortune's AoE and Misfortune's range, you kind of want to mobilize your enemy, sort of, and bring them closer. She does a lot of damage, with her abilities, especially her cannon shots, being able to just power up and do that extra bit of damage. You want your enemy close enough to actually get that off.
Absolutely.
Lilia,
Anyone who can immobilize you in that MF ult is a pretty nice pick. We see things like Thresh, things like Leona, things like Blitzcrank even to try and CC you, so I do like that pairing. And I would assume, like you said, Nico is going to be thrown into that mid lane more than likely. We see the Wukong is going to be knocked into the jungle. I never get baited by hovers. That's one thing. You can never get baited. I've had way too many people on way too many casts. They'll hover something and they'll like hover Ornn and I'll be like, let's go, my favorite champion, and then they'll switch off it for something like Sion, way more boring, or that I like way less. But Wukong will be the selection here to join the Nico in the mid lane.
Oh,
And
that's so much pain though. They both have camouflages. They both have clones. They're gonna be doing a lot of, hey, I'm actually over here, and that is a doppelganger.
I cannot wait until the 2v2 fight in the mid lane turns into a 4v4. The Wukong clone comes out, the Nico clone comes out. All of a sudden, it's just...
It won't even be a 4v4. It's gonna be a 2v4.
2v4. Oh, sorry, pardon me. That was what I was trying to say. Where it's like you're trying to even figure out who you're hitting, let alone how to hit them. As Nico Wukong, we see the bans coming through here as the Aurelia will get targeted out. Unfortunately, we didn't even get a chance to touch on most of the first rotation bans, as we had those things fly off: Ezreal, Ornn, Maokai, and now the Morgana to join it. As you yourself, the Akali one trick, will not be seeing her hit the Rift today, but neither is the Ivern or the J4. So all the way down the line, significant number of these mid bans out already in the second rotation, as Ahri and Aurelia. I do know there's people trying to play mid Ivern. It's not good. Guys, please stop trying to play mid Ivern. But it will still be trying to pressure down that pool now that they don't have a mid laner of their own here for Team 2.
And hey, if you're gonna be so on that Ornn and my main's gonna be banned, of course yours has to be banned too.
They saw our names because we're in the lobby, right? They saw us in the spectators, looked us up, said, okay, I'll call you one trick, Ornn one trick. Ban those two out. They're good to go, but it will be the Melio in terms of the real bans to knock them off the table, which is trying to make a Caitlyn's range even more obnoxious with that cozy campfire. So I'm liking the approach here out of Team 2.
I'm looking at 2 support bans versus 2 mid bans, and those are the 2 support bans really are strong for blue team because red team hasn't picked their support. Meanwhile, the mid bans are actually going back and forth for both teams. A Karma to back up the Caitlyn, that's very strong. Karma, with the root, able to really catch onto the Misfortune, the Thresh. You don't really want her too close to you, but she's able to do a lot of damage with her Q. So definitely a good pick for the Caitlyn. Definitely, bypassing the Morgana, the Milio bans. And I'm really interested to see what the mid pick is here because we've got 3 mid pick bans from Team 4. I know, ooh, a Syndra. I know Aurelia can be used for top, but, a Syndra for the mid.
I can
Uh,
indeed. You're right. Joining up with this Caitlyn, we often see things that are equally as pokey, right? We see things like Karma. We see things like Lux. Even when we get real spicy, things like Brand and Vel'Koz trying to really double down on that range because if Thresh is chunked down to a third HP, doesn't matter if you're going to be hitting a nice hook trying to engage. If you don't have the HP to follow it up and you're chunked down by that poke, whoa, we're gonna see a Yone. That poke can really matter, and now Yone up there in the top line for Team 2.
Yone. Dude, that's such a good pick. I love. Listen, Yone as a standalone character
Mm,
scales. You know, it, he scales. Like based on how much CS he has.
right.
He doesn't have to be fed at the beginning of the game to do massive amounts of damage at the end of the game. Another Renekton for Team 4 here. We saw that pick in the last game, actually.
We did. We saw it duking it out with a set, and now he's gonna be able to get his scaly hands on a Yone in the top lane. Another AD Bruiser versus AD Bruiser top lane. So we're gonna be looking to see if maybe it looks a little bit different because Renekton himself was he didn't seem to be finding much success into the set. It always felt like Set had the upper hand here.
Yeah, definitely. So, looking at these teams right now, I'm really liking the Syndra pick against, Nico because of just how much AoE it does. There's a lot of AoE picks actually, but Syndra herself is definitely a good counter to Nico and being able to burn out that camouflage. Lilia with the sleep, a pretty solid team I would say from Team 2. Um, Team 4 on the other hand, I think it's got more solo players if I'm gonna be honest, because while Yone and Syndra do massive amount of damage, you got the Nico with the. You actually have 3 roots for Team 4. Uh, I think it's 3 roots.
3 roots out of Team 4. Let me run down the line. You got Caitlyn root, you got Nico root, you got Karma root, Renekton's a stun, and Wukong's a pop. Yep, so you will have 3 roots here coming out of the side of Team 4.
So much CC. You know, limiting so much of like what can be happening. What can you do, right? So
Absolute. CC,
Team
a
4,
very valuable tool.
I'm seeing a lot of Team 4 winning maybe in team fights. Team 2 winning in those independent fights. So we really have to see how both teams, scale, whether there will be any early kills versus if there will be more team kills in the future.
Absolutely. I appreciate the kind of walkthrough. So in terms of the splits down the middle, it's time for the crystal ball to come out here, Vix. What are we thinking? Do we get a prediction? Do we think it's 50-50? Do you like one team better? What's the crystal ball saying looking forwards into this game?
My bias leans towards Nico because I also play her mid lane, but
Oh.
speaking objectively, it's really 50-50, I think.
50-50 even down the line here. You heard it. The brains of the operation have spoken, and so 50-50 everything to play for. Both of these teams 0-1, looking to find leads as early as possible, but we're going to be cutting to a short break to make sure everything's all synced up, locked, and loaded. Build up that nice little delay, so don't go anywhere, and we will see you guys in 5 minutes right after the break.
See ya.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to All Stars Game 2 here at Titan Esports. We got ourselves a tidy little clash between Team 2, Team 4. We already saw the draft. We already saw a little bit of cooking from both teams, and we see a little bit more here as the invade. Everyone, get behind your thresh. Sad Lantern is more than likely going to be pretty comfy on this champion, but is spotted by some tidy warding from the other side.
Has a lot of damage early game, and a brilliant way to just push them off. Oh, instead, Lantern is just taking so much damage.
It is indeed here. That is the power of the karma. Even at level 1, you got your ultimate, so that is going to be some hefty damage here.
It's just so strong. And we're just gonna go into basic landing phase. No more invades. No more uh pain and suffering for these teams until a few seconds later when they are fighting again. But I think it's pretty self-explanatory right now. There's a lot of vision actually for red team, um, in both sides of the jungle. They've got a ward on blue buff, uh, for the blue team, which is really good.
They did. They got some nice vision down early, even if they weren't able to stick the full invade. They were still able to get some vision here. But, alright, while we have the laning phase starting, Miss Dolphy, can you just walk us through anything looking particularly weird in Runes and Masteries, or are they looking pretty good across the line?
Looking pretty good. Nothing really out of the ordinary to me. Mid lane of course, mid lane is running it down, doing a lot of damage to each other. In typical mid lane fashion, you've got these two really aggressive characters, fighting for that CS. Both are ranged as well.
Yep, you're going to be trading out nice and easy here. Of course, Syndra's going to be trying to get as many of those fragments, as many of those shards as she can. So keep an eye on Dr. Shrouds with that Syndra, keeping an eye on those stacks. But junglers are usually the story of the early game, and take a look at this Wukong. He's going on a bit of an adventure himself on eyes on that minimap.
He's just waiting and lying in wait for in the bush. Just seeing maybe if you can get a sneaky little kill. Ooh, Necton joining him. Tixie and Spike Kid both going for the invade, trying to take Split Breed's jungle camps. I'm not sure if that's really gonna go anywhere. What is this fight actually from Major and Shrouds going so deep in?
Major is pressing their advantage as best they can, trying to move forwards. Nice little play out of the blast cone, but it will unfortunately not amount to much more than a push. As good job out of Tigsy and Spy Kid trying to move up, trying to really start to push their early game strength, as Wukong significantly stronger than this Lilia, but it ends up being a Gromp takeaway and not much more as a gank. Might be coming out here. Lilia, she's waiting for the stun out of the Syndra. They will find it here as Major is forced to clone away, and it will be a disengage here for Team 2.
But this fight bottom lane, like I said, Caitlyn has just such a range advantage on Misfortune, coupled with that Karma early game. Definitely gonna be a hard hitter. Definitely gonna be very, very troublesome for Dilly and Sad Lantern as they try and they take something back. In terms of
Yep, we do see Split Bead trying to go for a little something in the bot lane, but identifying, bot lane's moving a little bit weird down here. They are paying their respects, and as long as they're not caught by this death sentence, flash for flash, good reflexes out of Kiora. I like the look from Sad Lantern, but it is responded to swiftly by the AD carry of Team 4.
And I can't help but notice that these damage trades going down in the mid lane, and I feel like Syndra's has such an advantage on Major right now. You can see wave being pushed back, health differences, and it's just that range with the spears, the stun, being able to hit those, and it comes down to lane control again. You want that early lane control, you want that push with your waves, that CS, all that good stuff.
Yup. Fundamentals all the way down the line here. So we see Major and Shrouds, both of them having absolutely drained their mana pools in that trading you were talking about, as this death sentence does land and forces the Flash out of the Karma. Exhaust dropped in trade yet again. Sad Lantern living up to the name and making T4's bot lane pretty unhappy themselves, with these Qs really starting to rain in.
And, again, being able to pull those champions closer to the misfortune, just, always really good.
A little bit awkward. Wukong smiting just a smidgen early, stepping away from the Watch Out Eep, which is an absolutely fantastic spell name, I will say. Now in a 2 versus 1, Splitbreed is forced to flash over the wall, and with that root not connecting, they will be out, but it will be a 5-minute cooldown loss here for the jungler of Team 2.
So much going on in the bot lane that top is completely separated themselves off of. And I think you're right. It really comes down to how these jungles play it out, how they are able to gank lanes, take control of their jungles. Because we've seen, two separate invades from these junglers, crossing over the river, going into each other's sides and territories, really.
Yup, already trying to trade the stolen Gromp for what was an attempted stolen Gromp on the other side, but it ended up being Arrow Cross here to ruin the aspirations of split breeds. But I know you're a big fan of keeping track of CS and making sure those counters are coming together. Take a look up here in the top lane and tell me what that CS counting knack. What are we looking at here in the top lane?
He's just got an advantage right now. Especially with how the wave is kind of frozen near his turret. You know, if ET kind of wants to go in, he has to be really careful about it, and it gets hard to see us like that.
As the ultimate is committed, Pop Blossom for massive damage. Flash forward, one more auto will do it.
Ooh.
And First Blood is going to be going over to ED and Major, as this mid laner is coming out swinging early on into the game.
And really decisive here will be how this mid lane is played out. There's a lot of there's two really heavy carries. I'm not sure what ET's been doing. He's just been sitting in the bush, kind of just sitting there.
He can't do anything though. Let's take a look at his buy here. This is what happens if he tries to step up. The Soul Unbound will not get him anywhere, as the ultimate also committed. Flashing away here, one more Q will do it. And Spy Kid is able to pick up a kill of his own. You were wondering what he was doing? He was trying not to get himself killed. Like you said, wave frozen in front of the turret. Tigsy wanting a little bit of revenge from game 1 and is already in such a dominating position up here in the top lane.
CS lead. And not only that, but the assist, being able to get your jungler a kill, and enable, better ganks as well. The Rift Herald being started now, and slowly being converged on.
It is indeed. We're seeing a bit of a Herald fight here. These two teams duking it out over every objective that they can. Lilia is going to be able to put 2 to sleep, but Wukong puts her to rest here, as it is going to be a trade of junglers, Splitbreed and Spy Kid both falling, as now it's Major and Shrouds left to continue the altercation, shove each other back, and Shelly will end up going back to her undisturbed rest in her pit.
And now, I mean, like, mid lane's kind of been evened out, in terms of how the kills are going to CS. So now I think it's really up to Spy Kid to just scale off of those 2 kills. Damage being done at mid lane.
Yep. Major in a sticky situation, having to throw out the ult to try and trade back, dancing away from that Q. No flash on Shrouds, but scatter the weak, and Major comes up lacking, killing the mid lane, trading it back. Thresh taking massive damage, but Lilia there to show face and make sure that they can't chase down his support. So it ends up just being a nice play out of Team 2, picking themselves up a nice little advantage in the mid lane.
The damage being done by Tixie actually pushes ET down the river instead of towards the turret, forcing him to back on top of an enemy ward. And the dragon being started, there's literally nobody to contest it. Definitely gonna go to red team here, unless Lilia's got some special trick up her sleeve, but I don't think so. She's not really focused on that. Doing Raptors. Yep, there it is.
Not a champion for miles there in that dragon pit. So, yep, absolutely correct. It's going to be red team grabbing that one up And now checking in with that gold lead, up 1k, up 1 dragon, and up 1 kill. The lead is admittedly slight, but still noticeable here for the red team. And Team 4 are looking for revenge from that first game.
Definitely. So right now we're just seeing a pretty sizable lead for red team. Not really decisive yet. Ooh.
We see the ultimate committed here out of the Renekton, forcing the re-engage from Split Breed, but he's going to be dancing his way through it. The Drowsy will be stunning him up, locking him down, and Dr. Shrouds is able to pick up a kill. It looks so promising for Tigsy, but the extra numbers here for Team 2, meaning they're able to equalize that one out comfortably.
Arrow Cross actually on the other side of the map, forced to burn the flash to get out of the Misfortune ult and a Dress Cage. So lots of spells being used to keep these people alive. And actually I think it's very interesting how we have Dr. Shrouds and ET switching lanes. Trying to bank off of this, this idea that you could definitely scale maybe. Yone having a little bit of an advantage against Nico with the out of body experiences.
Yeah, that's Soul Unbound here as a very nice flay will able to interrupt that Nimbus Strike, but the Caitlyn trap will seal his
Oh my
fate
god.
as Spy Kid once again getting himself up a kill. And going back to the point that you mentioned, there was a rotation as Nico might have to run down into the waiting arms of her team, not connecting with that sidestep, meaning the bowling ball will land. And now with the Q3, so the ultimate out of the Yone, Pop Blossom for some disengage, but it will be stepped away from. And it just feels like this Lilia is weaving in and out and in and out at the expense of this Nico's health bar.
I know, it's just so much going on, so much to think about between these teams. I mean, oh wow.
Resh is in the middle of two here, trying to disengage back to his side of the river. Karma Q will come out, flashing forwards. Nico is able to pick up a very nice route here. And now Lilia, with those stacks flying out, gonna find a very dead monkey as this MF is able to pick up one. Lilia slays the other. Karma's gotta run for the hills. And blue team come out on top on that skirmish.
Yeah, even getting a plating off of it. Definitely something to think about coming back with this. Major gonna use a teleport, try to keep too much damage from being done. Actually, kind of chasing after ET here, but not able to connect the route, so forced to back off a bit. Rift Herald down bot lane, and this turret is going to take a lot of damage here.
Turret is
Able
gonna
to get
take
it down to one plate.
a walloping here as bunch of plate gold goes over to the AD carry and jungler. But reeling time all the way back to
But
what
look
you
at
had
this teleport
mentioned.
from Renekton.
Oh, we might have a lantern to safety, and thank you, Thresh, whisking them out of the waiting arms of Renekton. And a stun on the back just to stall him out, just to be a nuisance. But it was the lane swap that you touched on. You know why that lane swap came into be? It was Yone crying for help. He was in such an awful spot, down 40 CS even now. He had the wave frozen against him. He was just straight up losing in the 1v1. So good call here from Team 2 to get him out of that position. Don't let that lead balloon any further. And make sure that he's at least able to get something back. Because if he's facing into Renekton,
Oh,
you see it
no.
on your screens here, Dolphy. Perfect timing. This is what Yone into Renekton looks like right now.
Trying to give these kills to the people who really need them most. Trying to get those kills, funnel them to Renekton, funnel them to Syndra on the opposite team. Really get your carries fed, nice and fed. Oh, Major!
Damage onto Thresh here as it ends up being Arrow Cross to finish it up, but Major to do the lion's share of the damage. And now MF, very aware of how scary her situation is, ults the wave just to clear it. And now Lilia and Syndra here to dig their MF out of danger. She will fall as Caitlyn's able to put the shots in. And now Yone trying to get as much damage as he can before he snaps back to his waiting body. meaning Caitlyn's going to grab up some honey fruit, scatter the weak, finding an interrupt onto this Caitlyn, and the chase down. What does it look like? You can't go into fog too brazenly. And now Syndra collapsed on. Greed is a deadly Sindolphy, and now Shrouds will fall as a result.
Yeah, and the Chemtech Drake picked up here for a red team. And honestly, so many flashes burn trying to get something. So much, um, so many of these important spells, these important things going down. The red team's gonna actually pick up the second drag of the game. And honestly, I feel like they're running away with it now. That team fight was just so good. Syndra over aggressing, um, being a shutdown, going to Caitlyn, the ADC. Very very good for red team here. Uh, Providing a really solid stepping stone to just scale off of.
Shutdown going over, gold feeling real nice in the pocket of Caitlyn. I assume MF is going to be able to grab this tower, but look at Wukong's pings. Are you going to be able to get out with your prize is the question. And now the engage coming through. Cyclone Charge 1 has been used. The damage is massive onto Thresh, and now it's going to be a flash away from Dilly. Ghost is ticking. One more Nimbus strike. Bonk over the head with the stick, and Spy Kid will slay Dilly. And this Wukong was like, sure, you can have our structure, but we're going to be taking 600 gold back and dropping the pair of you ourselves.
And honestly, I'm not sure if that turret was really worth it. Uh, because, the other bot lane turret is taking like right after without any competition. So again, you're seeing this kill lead. Oh my god.
Oh no, Yon can't even stand in his own jungle before he's jumped on, and I think
Bullying.
Ducky Boy down here in the chat is maybe a little late on the prediction, but I feel like he is very correct so far. If things they continue as they are, T4 are certainly gonna be able to pick themselves up a scary win. A nice little interaction here from the Nico going golden to immune the damage and get the denial with that Pop Blossom, but what more does it look like?
Oh
Stepping on a trap!
no.
Dilly, no! Watch your feet, bud! And MF is going to swiftly die. One misstep can be doom for these squishy 80 carries.
There's just so much CC.
That
We
sentence
mentioned
lands,
it
flashing over
before.
the wall here. The hype out of Major. No ultimate available, but Kiora says you don't need it. Able to slay up Sad Lantern. That will be the end of it unless Major has something to say about it. And once again, walking into fog will be hazardous for your health. And it ends up turning it into a 1-for-1 in the extended play.
Just again, we're seeing so much value from these Caitlyn traps. Uh, you know, really, I think the CC is deciding some of these fights. You're walking to one of these, you get popped by 5 people. It's that simple. And you have to think about dodging these while also dodging Nico, while also dodging Karma, being able to get out of that rage.
Halting forwards is Yon. MF is going to be opening up here. I liked the move out of Kiora to put a trap down on the body Yon's snapping back to, but Dilly just opening fire means Caitlyn can't capitalize on a nice trap. It ends up being a chunk on the other way. We see 2 items completed, one more death sentence. Sad Lantern. His name was not a misnomer here. Very comfortable on this Thresh, finding hook after hook after hook. Even if they're not translating, I want to give the credit over to that support as we see the ultimate out of Nico, the Trixie plays coming through, and the turret on top of it. Thresh running for the hills. Ultimate will do it. You can't block it up. Dr. Shrouds tries, but Kiora goes dominating, and even Major is able to limp to safety. Bad goes to worse, and Ducky Boy might have just doomed this poor T2 side with his prediction.
CC, I think that's just so deciding here. You see, Nico with the Eldritch jump in. Major gets a double airborne actually off of it. And you can see, Miss Fortune just get absolutely popped. Thresh following not long after, because of the Caitlyn ult. So, a lot of things happening. Ultimately, all of it going to a red team.
Ultimately, all of it going to the red team indeed here. And as we have 30 seconds left before the dragon, go ahead, walk us through what are the blue team actually facing? What are they trying to fight into, considering the Drakes and the gold going the other way?
Well, they have to fight this Caitlyn and this Karma, and those two, I think, are definitely the scariest members of Red Team. You know, Caitlyn 603 has a 700 gold bounty and 200 CS. So, you know, I would be scared of a Caitlyn with a Ghost Blade
Hmm.
and a
I would,
Gold Collector.
I would absolutely too here. We see the Q connecting on the
Oh
MF and
my
she explodes a
god.
headshot. Just removes the health bar of this Yone as she goes godlike. And you were absolutely correct. If Caitlyn is firing, blue team has to head for the hills. 3 items completed. Don't even need the boots. A drowsy onto Caitlyn might be a little bit of something. Bullet time over the top, but a flash cleanse ends up shutting her down nonetheless. Pop Blossom able to find 2 here. Going underneath the turret, it is a double kill going back over to the Nico. You found the president, but you will die yourself. Renekton will die to burn, and it ends up being a 3 for 3 in the extended play. And honestly, pretty well done here. Blue team were able to find their target in the end and punish it, picking up that shutdown.
Kill onto Caitlyn is so important, but still on the other side, Red Team able to pick up, you know, another Drake. Get themselves onto Soul Point. Uh, so actually, you know, while Blue Team is able to get back a lot, Red Team is still always a step ahead. In these fights, you know, capitalizing off of the lack of members, to just snag that Drake. And then on the other hand, you know, being able to shut down Caitlyn, um, is such a big thing. But then giving, you know, Major a double kill to play with, just enabling the Nico even more. These kills are going to the wrong people. At least that's what you're thinking if you're on blue. If you're on red, you're thinking this is great.
2 sides to every coin, right? In every clash, you're going to be trying to play, keeping the gold away from the ones that they want it on, right? Trying to deny your enemy's win condition while playing towards your own. And right now, red team's win condition, sure, handed their first death, face checking. It's just,
God.
yeah. Yeah, I didn't even get a chance to do my. Oh no, we're gonna be fighting down here in the bot lane. Very nice ultimate out of this Yone, but does he have the punch to do it? He does! Snapping back to his body, able to find the VIP for the second time, and now Renekton is caught up a creek without a paddle. He's shut down himself. Team 2 is roaring to life. Wukong gets something up on the back of it, but the blue team sets their sights on this Baron, and with no AD carry, no bot lane in its entirety, I'm liking their chances and able to stick this. All you got to watch out for is this Nico. Keep her out of a wombo. Do not let her in. She has her flash. She has her ult. If you group up
And
too
she's
closely,
done.
she only finds one. Very nicely done. Disengage here from the blue team. And now they turn on to the Thresh. Diving forwards is this Lilia. She's going to die to the burn. And with the ultimate slowing, drowsing, sleeping, this Wukong, he's still burning for his health bar. Clone will get him to safety temporarily, but Lilia, with all this move speed, continues to give chase, continues to rush forwards, runs wading into the oncoming bot lane, and will fall, meaning Spy Kids able to keep themselves up, and a very, very messy fight as Split Breed gets themselves a little bit too carried away.
The Baron stays untouched. So, all in all, I think that was very successful for the red team. Being able to get 2 kills off of that, um, and stop the Baron from going down. Stop any sort of comeback, any breath of life from the blue team. Really, um, you know, trying to say we can't let you do anything.
Just trying to make sure that the rebellion is cut short here. And now, with soul points currently in the hands of the red team, I'm expecting the next clash to be around that. The Baron seems to be a bit of a struggle for both of these teams to set up and execute on. So I expect the Lizard to be the next one, and now red team fighting their way into the fog. Thresh is able to pick up a very nice hook on a Karma, but can't take it. Only able to flay her backwards. If you take that as a Thresh, you will get exploded as poor sad Lantern would have to retreat
Yeah.
into his.
Ooh, a lot of damage, and that's kind of scary to be honest. These players are just they do a lot of damage. We're seeing we're seeing the hyper really blue team here. On Dr. Shroud, on play 3 that jungle and that mid lane, and then on the other hand, we kind of have a 4-way.
Lilia Flash is able to knock him down with that bowling ball as Dr. Shroud's that carry that you mentioned on the other side. Now Lilia's caught in the middle of a 1 versus 3. The clone providing the knockup. Cyclone 2 is now Lilia will die, but MF will be able to get one back on her side. It's just the top laners duking it out. Solo laner is left. Tigsy and Shrouds as corpses litter the battlefield. And all things considered, if you're Team 2 here and you're able to get an even trade, you're going to be more than happy to trade out here with Team 4.
And the kills are going to the right people now. Syndra getting more and more fed off of this stuff. Being able to, use teleport, come back, defend that turret. And now we're kind of seeing, okay, well, blue is down on gold, but they're not down on how they're approaching these team fights. Being able to single out these players, deal massive damage, and be able to just kill them, especially with the misfortune of being able to usually knock out Caitlyn when used correctly. And Caitlyn is definitely just doing massive damage, but she has nothing in short range.
Caitlyn might outrange you with autos as Hex Flash forwards from Thresh. He's going to be fishing into Fog, but yeah, Caitlyn might outrange with autos, but Dilly's got the ultimate in her pocket. And as another death sentence lows wide, it's going to be a straight up Baron fight. Caitlyn catching mid waves, meaning she's not here. So blue team owning the rift until she joins. They might be able to just burn this one down. And so it'll be a re-engage look. Red team is going to be late to the party. And now what can they get done on the back of it? Look at the move speed out of this Lilia. They dive on the Caitlyn, but they can't find her. They can't go underneath the turret. Tower shot will be tanked. They will knock it down. But now can they get out? Pop Blossom finds only this Thresh as MF flashes away and channels her ult back the other direction. So it will be the Thresh dying, but it will be on the other side, translating to a little bit of something more as we see the ward transform out of... If you are ganked by a ward, that's a mental breaker right here.
Really, I think burning that misfortune ult, which doesn't really get much except, I guess you could say, red team backing off.
Uh-oh.
AT's like,
Uh-oh.
I have nothing
That's
I can do here.
That's the meme where Set flashing forwards and killing him. Do you know the photo I'm talking about where Set's standing there at the Soul Unbound just waiting to punch him once he comes back to his body? Have you seen that? That's exactly what that looks like. Yon was running for the hills, and Renekton knew exactly where he was coming to. Why chase when you can stand there menacingly and shut down your opposite top laner? Now, with one member off the board, red team own the pit, red team own the Baron, and they are going to be picking themselves up the super buff. Baron Nashor has been slain by this Wukong.
So much happening there. Getting these kills, and red team seems, untouchable again. But then again, we've seen blue, be able to single out those kills during team fights and bring something back. So it's not a sure game, although it's definitely leaning heavily in the red team's favor. Especially when you're looking at these players. I mean, you have a fed Wukong like Spy Kid, Major, Kiora, just living the life. Arrow also, they're there for backup, and Tixie's no joke either. He's got 200 CS under his belt. So, these players are also stacked. And then you're looking at, blue team, and you're just kind of seeing it all on the shoulders of this Lilia and this Syndra.
Yon is going to be walking forwards and setting his team up for success. Dilly is able to slay Major, and with the Drowsy on the 2, blue team might have just found their fight. Picking up 2 more, puts a 3-for-0 spin so far, and now Lilia looking for a slow. She connects it. Move speed acquired. The deer is rampaging forwards, and Rise, you're talking about counting them out of it. It's once again the blue team fighting back from the edge and picking themselves up 4 kills. Structures under fire next.
Oh, this just being used so perfectly here. you know, it's AoE. It does a lot of damage, and when you get that Lilia or that
Play
Syndra super
backwards.
concuss,
That is Crocodile done. Shut down here. Tigsy tries his best to defend, but it will be another one and a delayed ace in the grand scheme here for the blue team, really battling back from what was a very sketchy situation.
and when you're looking at how the blue team is really using their abilities, sometimes it doesn't matter if these abilities don't do as much damage, because you can just keep the other team from being able to do damage at all.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can whittle down their health bars and never give them a chance to fight back, doesn't matter if you're slightly weaker or significantly weaker in this case. If they never get a chance to swing back, absolutely you're going to be favored.
And I mean, one hit, even if one hit could kill you, it doesn't matter if you're never hit. So
Exactly, right?
that's basically how these fights are going, right?
Mm. You just never give them a chance to land their weapon. Like you said, if you're 1 HP and you don't get touched, health bar doesn't matter here. So if Kiora has tons of damage, we see 4 items completed, the BF on top of it. She's nearing that absolute peak performance here as the Lilia will get popped up in the air by the sneaky Nico. And just decimation here. Blue team get wiped by a very clever play here. I wasn't even paying attention to that one. Major pull in big moves here in the mid lane.
And now they're gonna try and go for the soul. And I think at this point, team fights are going down to whoever gets to make the first move, whoever gets to make the first stun.
Certainly so. Speaking of stuns here, flashing forwards, this Renekton is able to set up his mid laner and get one back. And now that is 3 dead men here for the blue team. And as the dragon spawns, the split push of Lilia will be good, but the soul will be significantly sweeter. An attempt out of the Thresh, but unfortunately not going to be able to grab that one up. And so soul is acquired here for Team 4.
It goes down.
Very
And
nice split push here out of the jungler.
yeah, definitely being able to regain something from a lost situation. And
Can she get out though?
she's fast. She's Lilia. Come on. You see her move speed?
Holy moly, she was able to get the stack off of the Krug there. If she didn't have that, I think she gets run down. But yeah, the stacks are nice. Pop Blossom is gonna be, we're gonna just call it slightly awry here, as now Lilia is gonna be just dunking on the head of that Nico. Flay backwards as Wukong dies. They're just going blow for blow here, these two teams. One gives up Soul, the other one gives up Drake. Then there's a runaway chase here as Split Breed gets themselves out to safety, drawing Spike Kid and Major a little bit too far forwards. And now look at the damage out of the headshot. 1k flashing forwards. Thresh is looking to equalize this one out. Zero will die. Ultimate able to find one here out of the own, but the Caitlyn is untouched. And if Caitlyn and MF are the story of this game, the story will be cut short, as now a 2-4-1 trade. Caitlyn doing the absolutely best that she can with a bad situation, but Dr. Shrouds is able to knock her down at the end, and is the only one currently surviving on Summoner's Rift.
Just happened. I was staring at that fight in basic awe. Looking at just the damage output, the stuns, and like I said, it's coming down to whoever can get the immobilization off first, because now these champions are just doing so much damage. These players are doing so much damage themselves. Caitlyn, of course, having that advantage with 5 items, being basically full built at this point, actually. But on the other hand, Miss Fortune can't be called out yet. She's been able to put up her own. So although Kiora has that massive lead, by the way, 300 CS, she's counterable.
It's smelling like a banger for sure, guys. And now this is Yon in the middle of 4 people trying to bait this one out as MF lets loose and chunks through the health bar as X is the first one to fall. Diving a little bit too bravely with the ultimate. So now a 4 versus 5 situation. Lilia, MF, Syndra, they still have guns on deck. And they're able to walk the red team backwards due to those chunked health bars. So still anyone's game. Absolute banger incoming, and we're going to get at least one more team fight going golden. But now you got Renekton on top of you, popping the Dominus. Can she get herself to safety? Big play from this mid laner as Major pops 3 up in the air. And now the Renekton is here to knock him down. Kiora picks up one more, meaning Dr. Shrouds is once again the only remaining member. And now 5 versus 1. This is going to be the stand of a lifetime if they get anything going, but they will not end up going for it, meaning Baron Nashor going into the pockets of the red team, and Team 4 are able to take a decisive victory.
That was an insane knock-up from Major to ultimately be the deciding factor of who wins. I mean, already, forcing Splitbeat to go golden. On the other hand, just all of this utility, all of this ability use, really converging together, knocking people out one by one, and the misfortune sadly going astray. Blue team are really relying on being able to knock people into that ultimate and wipe them out before they get, to get a numbers advantage, be able to do, 5, maybe 4 versus 2 or similar.
Hook going slightly wide here, and I absolutely agree, by the way, Cerberus. Major is living up to the name. Either major plays or major whiffs here. This ultimate is either connecting onto 4 or onto nobody. Unfortunately, the minion with the dragon soul is going to be slightly less of a an easily snuck in secret agent, as we see the Renekton trying to mop up on the other side, meaning you can't go for an engage 4 versus 5, but we're still going to get ourselves at least one more team fight, and I predict we're going to see it over the top of this Elder as a hook lands, and the flash away from Major will keep them alive. I was really fearing for the follow-up, but now the re-engage on the back of it. Huge damage onto this jungler, and now Yon is going to be diving in, forcing another golden from Major, as everybody lives, but tools have been blown on both sides.
Now, looking at how soon the Elder Dragon is going to spawn, whoever wins the team fight wins.
EX is now caught a long way from home. They do have the Guardian Angel, but I feel like it's not going to matter. Caitlyn traps are going to lock you down. Caitlyn traps are going to spell your demise. And now 4 versus 5. Can you hold for long enough to get your teleport back online? Top laner dead for 50 seconds. Baron buff in hand. Your base is forfeit. Look at Kiora's damage here. They're going to rotate back to the Elder, and without your top laner, can they even make a stand here for Team 2?
But lucky for Blue Team, they're only down one player, really. It could have been a lot worse if they were completely wiped out, aced on during that team fight because of the timers now just taking so long. Whoa, this Rush presence.
The stealth play. Good old Fnatic Death Brush. Trying to catch somebody charging in to deal with the Elder. But so far, respect being paid. You like to see that here. I know many a player who would get a little bit too gung-ho. And speaking of gung-ho, the Thresh going for the hero play. But unfortunately, when you go for the hero play, it sometimes turns to the zero play as Sad Lantern dies. And now MF in a bit of an awkward situation. Tigsy popping the ultimate just to get the Fury going. And 4 versus 5 once more. Elder buff, Soul buff. Baron has faded, but every single card is currently set in the deck of Team 4 here.
And like I said, this Caitlyn just...
so
much
damage out of the ultimate. The Elder Burn is able to knock that one down, forcing the Guardian Angel out of the opposition AD carry. Now, I'm looking at Split Braid here. Split Braid is the only one who's able to get anything going. They don't have the flash, and into the Elder, it might simply be impossible, but you gotta try. Do not go quietly. Try and find that Caitlyn. Try and find that Engage, and I expect
Minion.
to see something here.
I
Trying
know
to
minions is a
hold
pretty
the
good
door.
break.
It is indeed. Good wave clear. You're absolutely right in identifying. There's a lot of wave clear. Pop Blossom's able to knock up this Syndra
My
and stop
God.
watching that first proc two-man ult out of the own, but you simply don't have the damage. You're able to get a bullet time across, but slaying nobody. Yank backbush.
Oh,
Death Sentence pulls them into that oncoming Lilia ball, and with a slightly wide Death Sentence, dodging away from the Q, it is going to be Scat of the Week also going wide. It's crucial spells not connecting, flashing forwards, able to get the power unleashed onto Kiora, but not enough punch. That soul is the difference maker, that extra resistances, extra shielding, and now hook landing. Can they find anything? They dive onto the Renekton, they turn onto the Wukong. MF is free firing, and the Elder buff is
Jesus
going to be wiping people
Christ.
from the map. It's going to be one last fight out of this Karma, but she herself will die. They will be aced in the enemy team's base. And our certified banger will continue here, Dolphy, as the blue team
This is
hold the
insane.
line.
That is completely insane. They kept going in, dipping out, going for heals, and coming back. You know, any just as long as they don't cross that execution mark, they can keep fighting. They can keep coming back, and it really did work. You could see how they were soloing out those kills, able to take out the major of the equation, and from there, you know, so much of that CC was just gone. Uh, and you know, you can see Kiora doing massive amounts of damage with the Elder Dragon buff. Now that's gone. Uh, you know, and with Baron going in 5 minutes, 5 seconds, my bad. With Baron up in 5 seconds, they're probably gonna make a beeline for that. The question is, which team can get there first? Which team can grab the Baron buff? And if Red team is able to grab the Baron buff, that's probably a game closer, because of just how open the Nexus is.
I mean, probably a game closer. I'm going to put my hand up and say I expected Elder to be a game closer here. So, honestly, these two teams wouldn't surprise me if they can hold the door shut on even a Baron push. So, I expect until every member of these teams is wiped from the earth, while there is still breath in their lungs, they will fight. And now the red team going to be starting up this Baron, dropping it down to 9k rapidly. You have no vision control, and as the Nico pulls a sneaky, turning from a ward, she will be wiped, but it means that she gets the jungler. 1-for-1 trade, Baron buff still going over to the red team. A nice trap coming through, and now Syndra's got to try and
Oh my
disengage.
God,
Two-thirds
dude.
of the health bar is wiped in a button press, meaning Tigsy's set up for success, meaning only Dilly left. Death Sentence stepped away from, ultimate flashed away from, ult time over the top of two, but she just doesn't have the punch. She's forced to cancel early. Wukong and Renekton, the Bash brothers in the top lane, will silence this AD carry and will turn this into a victory here as Team 4 takes it in an absolute certified banger, Dolphy.
Say it. Oh my God. What a game. 33 to 48, and Blue showed so many signs of life, so many you know, comebacks, I would say, only to end up in red, you know, showing their dominance and saying, "Well, we let you have your fun. Let us have ours." Look at
The
that
fun
Caitlyn
was
damage.
unfortunately put to a sudden and grinding halt. But absolutely, both of these teams, credit to these two, were nothing if not entertaining over the course of this game.
Yeah, no, I mean, it really, really went back and forth, and you could see the players were very skilled with, you know, using their abilities. Just some kills going sideways, you know, scaling off, and just providing so much,
All
you
right.
know.
Well, before we kick this one to a break and try and catch our breaths after what was an absolutely fascinating game two here in the round robin, if you had to pick an MVP, wait, who gets the honor here of the VIX MVP?
Wow, it couldn't be Kiora who did 60k damage. But actually, I think, you know, in terms of, you know, trying to enable your team, Uh, both split breed and major were just phenomenal. Starting those fights, starting those stuns, and you know, even though they were dying a lot, they were able to just propel their team forwards and get more kills, get more objectives. Especially major. I mean, major initiated most of the fights.
Oh yeah, and they were some absolute wombo combo material, and there were a couple of whiffs in there. I'm gonna be completely honest with you, but nobody remembers the whiffs. Everyone remembers the bangers, and this one was certainly a banger. Now, flicking our eyes forwards, we're gonna have one more game here of this round robin, if memory serves me. So we're gonna be cutting to a short break to get ready for that. Try and settle this round robin before the grand finale, the big one, the one we've all been waiting for. So we got to eat our veggies first. And if they are as absolutely splendiferous as this 43-minute banger was, I'm sure it's going to be incredible. Don't go anywhere, and we will see you guys right after the break for game 3. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game 3 of this round robin here. We were just a smidgen taking a little bit of notes here, taking a small break as we see we're going to have to try and catch ourselves up to speed. So, Ezreal, Caitlyn, Zeri knocked off the table here for Team 1.
Alright.
J4, Nico, Seraphine on the other side. MF once again picked, and Maokai locked in on the other side. So, we're just going to have to take a break, settle ourselves. Vix, well, how are we thinking things are shaping up considering our last game?
That's a lot of ADC bans. Um, also, a ban on the Nico to kind of Team 4 kind of ran away with that Nico. Ooh, it's your favorite pick.
The call of the Forge God has been answered as Ornn is going to be locked in here for Team 4. No more Renekton for him. He's tanking a tank top laner here.
Yeah, but like I said, Team 1 trying to, I think, banking on that ADC pick, banning 3 different, really powerful ADCs. And kind of forcing Team 4 on the backhand, and now Team 4, taking that cue to pick some really nice top laners, some really nice sports jungles, Salvage being locked out of, 3 ADCs. Actually 4 because Miss Fortune's also gone. So that's a mood. Silas again popping up. We saw Silas in our first game and, we saw how he really compared to, his enemy who was Cass, a Mordekaiser. I can get behind that.
Oh, okay. So already, if I'm supposed to be the Ornn advocate, I'm already cranky. Because Silas has your ult, but better with extra AP behind it. And Mordekaiser, that lane feels a little bit like punching a cheese grater repeatedly. It's just, you don't have any way to hurt it. You can't really beat it through W. He's just got the ability to grind through that health bar. And if you try and recast your R a little bit carelessly, he's just gonna yank you to Brazil and ruin your chance of knocking that ram through the team fight. So already seems like Team 1 are well equipped to deal with this ram in the top lane.
Amira is, as far as ADC picks go, I'm seeing how this works out. If you can't outdistance Miss Fortune, you might as well get up all and close in her personal space. And Samira's got, the best of both worlds. Definitely with the Maokai at her back, will be a very good matchup. And a Pantheon ban. Ooh, curb that mid lane.
Pantheon ban.
top lane.
Point and click
Jungle.
CC is a nuisance to deal with for this Samira when you're trying to go into that ultimate. That Blossom flying around, if Pantheon is able to just kind of look at you and go, no. It absolutely ruins your style, absolutely ruins your ability to pop off. So, fair enough. I'm pretty sure the AD carry is appreciative of that Pantheon ban. And speaking of things that we're appreciative of, Annie on the other side,
Bye.
Flash Tibbers will be a nuisance to someone like MF, so more than happy to take that one out.
Samira's all about that style and flair. And, really, really useful against Miss Fortune with her shield to cancel out all projectiles. A Hecarim ban here, actually. Taking out those jungle picks so that your top lane Mordekaiser can just go for it. Sorry, I mean Ornn. But, like I said, taking out those jungle picks, curb stomping, any sort of, prospect. The word is blanking on me right now. Potential ganks, my bad. Taking out potential ganks.
It's all good.
A Yumi pick would be crazy.
Oh,
I'm
no,
just saying.
I am sick and tired of that cat. I am firmly in the bandwagon of get this champion out. It's like the most unhyped thing you can do. It's heals, it's shields, it's disengage. You can't play make, you can't make anything cool happen. You can just go look at the other guy and be like, you see your cool big crazy flank, your wombo combo you're setting up, you're flying in at the speed of sound, and the cat just completely ruins that, takes you out of isolation. I get this cat off my rift, Thresh. Infinitely better than the cat.
Definitely for Samira too.
I am gonna get off my soapbox. Get rid of the cat. I don't want it. Get out of here. No, you can have the mic back. That's my mini Cat rant over. Thank you very
Thresh
much.
is
Thank you for coming to
definitely
my TED Talk.
Thresh is definitely a good pick for Samira. Drag them in, pull them close, make
Mm.
Samira's abilities so much more powerful.
Plus that
Rakan.
CC setting up that Samira passive here. Rakan? Absolutely. This is more like it. Screw the Yumi. Rakan, Thresh,
A
Engagers,
cat when you have a bird.
bird differential here.
As someone who is a proud bird owner, I am all for the birds.
Yeah, for the birds.
For the birds!
It's gonna be no other bird pairing, as I don't expect to see an Azir or a Zaya picked up on the other side of it. Could be an Anivia,
Ooh,
perhaps. I've seen some
the wolf.
silliness, but it will be a wolf instead. We really got the whole zoo on this second rotation, and as we
Blanc
have
mid.
Kindred, what are we thinking about that pick in the enemy team?
I think Team 4 thought Mordekaiser might be the jungle pick. Oh no, wait, sorry. Um, Team 4 thought, Mordekaiser, definitely not the jungle pick.
Well,
Gotta be the top pick. Gotta be that answer to the Ornn. Ban 2 jungles, force a Kindred. You know, and
yup.
on the other hand, LeBlanc.
Got ourselves a LeBlanc pick. We were talking about hype. We were talking about interesting and playmaking. We got Samira, Thresh, and now a LeBlanc to round this one up. An assassin in the mid lane trying to deal with this Sylas. Means that Sylas doesn't have a great ult to steal himself. It means that you're now favoring the ability to... We were talking about MF being the prime suspect, right? You got to try and get on MF, try and get up onto Syndra. LeBlanc can pretty much engage from a screen and a half away and one tap a min 80 carry in the form of Misfortune. So if she's able to get herself ahead, I can see a lot of gray screens in the future of this 80 carry for Team 1.
And I can definitely see LeBlanc getting ahead of Sylas. We saw in game 1 that Sylas was just at an extreme disadvantage against ranged, damage dealer, someone with a lot of poke. LeBlanc, definitely damage dealer, definitely poke. So, expecting to see LeBlanc definitely scale this game, including maybe even the Ornn item, being there to back her up. Thresh being able to pull people towards the Samira. There's a lot going on Team 4 that, honestly, I don't know if Team 1 will be able to contest. But the Mordekaiser, of course, being able to pull people in. So Mord will definitely be an important pick for Team 1.
I can certainly see that Mordekaiser favored, more than likely going to be able to beat up on the Ornn. Even the Maokai, if he tries to join, he's going to be probably more than comfy to pull either one of those into that 1v1 in the Death Realm. So I'm looking to see the top laner of Team 1 really start to show up here as Stubby's going to get their hands on this Mordekaiser. On the other side, though, Samira, Thresh, Rakan, MF, lots of snap engages, lots of ability to go flying in. Even the mid laners as well. Sylas, LeBlanc, plenty of mobility. So I'm expecting flashiness all the way across the board. Individual
Samira.
outplays galore. Samira pretty much the queen of that. So it's going to be interesting. They've cooked up some hype comps here, Team 1 and Team 4.
Gonna be into the game soon. And honestly, I'm excited. We've seen Team 4 also kind of just grow, expand. But yeah, so we're gonna throw it to a break here. We'll be back in 3 minutes with the game. So don't leave, stick around. You're not gonna want to miss it.
Welcome back to Summoner's Rift for Game 3 of this round robin. We might
The
not
only
be able to
thing
get
this
very
team
many
do invade.
intros. Say it again?
The only thing this team does invade every single time.
We're just full sending into fog
They've
every
completely
single
missed
time.
Mordekaiser.
And maybe they can wrap around. Maybe there's a chance yet. Shh, be very, very quiet. Going for an invade. You see?
Oh, this push on Mordekaiser from the back is gonna be brutal if it happens.
Warren leading the charge here, but they're going to get pinged out. They're split themselves up to bits, and you got no
Oh,
CC. You're a level
Mordekaiser!
1 orange just walking at them. This is going to be nothing here. W from LeBlanc, a whopping... let me do the math on that one real quick.
Ooh, a flash!
Okay. Zero.
Lord.
So,
Hex
Thresh no flash.
win. Boom.
We do have Hex Flash as the copium, but spells all still on cooldown, and they're still late to the play. Some real aggression here from Thresh, as we're gonna call it optimism here. That's what we're gonna call it.
Call it, like domination, but or overconfidence maybe. To each their own, really. Uh, but yeah, no, this bot wave's gonna start without the Thrash. Electrocute already popping off. And we're just gonna have to see how this plays out, really.
Yep. So, although I will say, if I'm Guster Posey here and I'm clearing down and I just keep track of the fact that Zero has no flash, nice W in from Rakan, but stepping away from it is the 80 carry. If I'm Guster Posey, I'm marking Thresh's head. That guy's got no flash. I'm going to get on top of him, no problem. That's looking like free money in my pocket if he's not careful.
Right, and definitely early game, Thrash is a little bit a little bit squishy enough, as the game goes on, scales. Ooh, that's a nice pull.
Nice little hook chunking down 7. Wait, what is it? 7 rooks? How do I say that actually? I didn't get a chance to scout that out before. Normally I ask, how are we saying that, Dolphy?
7 rucks is good.
It's rooks? It's rooks? 7
Well, I mean,
rooks?
7
Rooks?
RUX is
Rooks?
a bit of a
7
mouthful.
RUX? Yeah. I'm gonna call him X. Maybe that's what I'm gonna do. And
Ooh,
you know what I'm gonna call here?
Already.
I'm gonna call majorly out of position. Very nice flash, blocking that one up with the clone. And they will live to fight another day. LeBlanc's mobility coming up big here for the mid laner.
And I gotta look at this and just say, LeBlanc definitely has the advantage on Silas. Lane wise, just a 1v1. LeBlanc definitely has his advantage. So if Guster is always gonna be on that mid lane, always gonna be showing presence there, that'll be good. That'll be really good, actually.
Ooh, very nice death sentence here. Able to connect once again, finding its mark onto Rakan. And yeah, it's like you said, lanes aren't 1v1s. Doesn't matter how favored you are, those pesky junglers are gonna be sticking their noses where it doesn't belong and ruining your nice tidy 1 versus 1.
And now, forcing these early backs, forcing these, backs and forths too. But the players are pretty even on their lanes, I would say. Trading and just trading, to be honest.
Trading. That is the top lane life here. They're going to be bonking each other over the head every once in a while. Also, shoutouts here to Not So Dark. It is Trucks. The 7 is meant to be a T. Obviously stylized. So that is more than it's going to be Trucks. I appreciate the nod from the crowd here, bailing me out. So it is going to be Trucks from this point on. And trading ourselves nice and easy. I expect to see just a little bit of farming, settling, trading, as you yourself mentioned, as both of these teams are not looking to get too spicy considering the amount of summons blown across the board.
Now here you see, Kindred's first mark is actually on that scuttle, which Maokai is definitely quick to grab onto. However, Kindred there to contest. Look how the smite goes down. It goes to Kindred. So Guster Posey with the first mark already, which is a pretty good start to me.
It is indeed. You're more than happy to win that 50-50 here, able to be on the right side of the map to claim that one up. And shoutouts to my, what I can only imagine is fellow Bay Area native, considering Guster Posey, the catcher. If that's correct, get in touch. I think that's absolutely hilarious. And now, this is the Ornn matchup, right? You trade into him, And we might have to hold that as the bot lane is going to be
Oh.
going a bit of engage here. W does connect, PTA procced. Large damage onto this Thresh. You're waiting for that cooldown to come out of Rakan. And as 4 seconds tick down, it will be a disengage, but big health bar lead to the side of the blue team.
Marcus popped up on the frog camp actually. But she's been spotted, so they know that she's nowhere close near that mark. A lot of push.
Ooh,
Ooh,
not quite connecting here.
Major.
Junglers are going to be duking it out. Major living on extremely low HPs, but Spike is there to cover for him. The mid 2 versus 2. Peter's out, and still, considering the absolute breakneck pace of game 1, I'm honestly a little appreciative that these two teams are not quite so gung-ho early on into this game. Letting us time to actually get prepared this time.
Yeah, I mean, making sure Kendra doesn't get those marks as much as you can.
Nice
This
hook
battle is
does
a
land
50-50.
here, and it's going to be Ignite dropping to cancel out the heal. One more auto will do it, and there
Ooh.
it is. Samira is able to grab up first blood, and the Samira train starts rolling early.
Yep. Samira
All
being...
in the mid lane, Ignite in the
Oh.
difference. Major low HP, but still pulling off the solo bolo onto Cam. And very nicely done. 2-0 lead here. Team 4 is starting to get their wheels going.
See, what I was gonna say before Major went in and just snagged that kill was that Samira is never a happy day. She just does so much damage when she scales off of one kill because she's so aggressive. With her ability, she's able to just block out lots of bullet damage. Go, and she's got that close range advantage sometimes. So, Samira definitely a very versatile champion to be on.
Once you get that lead, the Samira train will absolutely decimate here. Shoutouts to Shweezy. The minute it was picked up, they were already popping off. So the fact that it's got gold in its pocket, they're really doubling down here. But we might see a little something. Hook doesn't connect, meaning there will not be an engage in the bot lane. But things are starting to build. 700 gold up already. Team 4 is feeling pretty good, setting themselves up for a Drake.
Definitely. Just kind of waiting with Kindred on the back. This Drake is likely to go uncontested if they decide to start a bet. Actually, just placing down wards for vision, taking it nice and slow. Don't want to over push their advantage so far.
Once again, Hook does land
Ooh.
Flay for more damage, trying to use the grand exit for a grand entrance, flipping that one around. And so it will be the Kindred going for the lane gank, just trying to push out more than anything. Very nice step away from the abduct abscond here, as Major and Cam not slowing down in the slightest, as every time that we check in with these solo laners, they're trading out auto for auto, spell for spell.
And I mean, mid is such an important point of contention right now. You can have a Fed Silas or a Fed LeBlanc. Both are equally as dangerous. Both are equally as frightening.
Oh.
And definitely, that mid lane will have such an important say in the game. I mean, if you have a Fed LeBlanc, she could just dip in, one tap, get out, or if your Silas is fed, he won't die easily. He'll be able to use that W to heal. So, a lot of things going on. Kindred still on one mark. Maokai still trying to keep all of that in check while roaming around his own forest.
Right, and I think this is about the time that we check in. How is that gold lead looking? Where are we looking to in terms of leads that have been accrued over the last 9 or so minutes?
Well, in terms of CS, there's not too much difference. I mean, of course, there's like, minor CS leads for Team 4 right now, but otherwise, it's just the kills that have, any say on the 2K deficit. Actually, more like a 1K deficit. No, 1.5K. But here is
Somewhere
the break being started.
Somewhere in that range. I will say that is something that you are absolutely told every single time. Never do math on stream. It's always a trap. You're always going to get clipped and be like, haha, he can't do math. And then if you put them in front of a camera, they're going to probably, you do it enough times, you're going to get one wrong. So yeah, it's going to be somewhere in that, just say roughly one-ish K, right? As we see the ultimate thrown out, Maokai has got a long distance to travel. And so it's just going to be soaked up by this Rakan. Immediately snap engage Windwall to deal with the bullet time, but the ignite will be enough. Kiora is able to grab that one up thanks to a very nice hook. And Maokai facilitates a dragon take and the bonus kill on the end of it.
Every kill Kiara gets just gets scarier and scarier, and there's still not been any return. And look at her trying to go in. Got a lantern out. Not
Samira
gonna die to the turret.
constantly pushing, got the nice little 12 CS lead, got a pair of kills on top of it. Expecting the lethality to fly in here, popping the nullifying orb, as this Silas is going to get himself chunked down to the ignite and combo of Major. And so once again, pressure seeming to be slowly building here, flashing forwards. The chains will do as much as they can, but Cam lives on a sliver of HP thanks to his corrupting pot, nearing singular digits, but not falling here in the mid lane.
Just looking at the kills right now, looking at the how this is playing out, really. Maokai doing a wonderful job of keeping Kindred off of those marks.
It's a bait though. Maokai is lying in wait. That pink ward is very, very valuable. If you're Guster Posey and you're diving in there and face first into a tree, could have been real awkward, but will not be. As now, speaking of face first, we see Hex Flash from Arrow as he sails into a 2 versus 1, throwing out the box for some disengage. You gotta try and flame out of this combo, but it will not be required. One more tap on the back of it. And this support's just fearless, diving in. He's got a Maokai at his back. The ultimate thrown out here as the Twisted Advance gets sent. One more hook connecting here. The mid laner gets themselves charmed up by the quickness. And now in the middle of two people, it is a 1-4-1 so far. Trading it back. Lamb's Respite flashing forwards. It's going to be the Samira trying to dive onto the Kindred. And just wait for this ultimate to come flying out in just a moment. There it is. And they will survive the combo, but still Kiora forcing them back 2 versus 1. Very scrappy fight here in the river.
And I'm telling you, Kiora's already on the first item. And of all items to pick, it's the collector, the executioner. Basically. So really you need to find something. How can you get back from that, Kindred your Samira is fed already beyond belief. She's already on her first item. She's already got her boosts. She's really close to her second. So definitely Kiora, something to look at. The
Ornn ultimate is going to be thrown out, but interrupted as he is taken on a one-way ticket to the Death Realm and handed a gray screen. Have a nice day. Stubby able to pick up a solo kill in the top lane.
And I'm just kind of just like even with all the murder, it's kind of just a vibe right now.
Oh, kind of just a vibe. We got a solo kill in the top lane, and you're saying kind of just a vibe?
And there's the Rift Herald as well, just to lock down the turret. They're gonna hit off, but not really any minions to back it up.
Oh, and that one in. That is simply a death here as the engages come through on both sides. Split fight, meaning it is a 1-for-1 Spy Kid and John Warwick will both fall. And your attention's getting dragged in 2 separate directions at all times.
Oh, that mark spawns in just the perfect place for Kindred.
Kindred more than happy to scoop that one up. Already on that 4th mark, already got those empowered abilities, already got that extra range. What's one more on top of it? And Guster Posey, rocking the Triforce, is certainly feeling comfortable in this game.
Definitely checking to make sure that Kindred has not taken the camp, and indeed Kindred has walked in. Ooh.
Ornn, once again, forced to just peace out and cede his turret as he is trying to pick up whatever he possibly can. Down 20-something CS, down his full turret. He does have LeBlanc roaming up. Major's going to be looking for something up a level onto Guster Posey, but with no one else in sight, and Maokai clear on the other side of the map looking for this dragon, it will be called off and back into the mid lane for the two of those.
The Drake is the main focus right now. Already, red team has already been up a soul, but Kindred is on the other side of the map, and the Drake's health is going down pretty fast thanks to a very fed Kiora. And no competition for that Drake at all. So 2 souls in the hands of Team 4.
Team 4 more than happy to grab up that dragon uncontested. The gold lead really not saying very much, but the map says significantly differently. It's kind of like what we were talking about here in the draft, Dolphy. It's going to be a very fed 80 carry, but the other side, the one holdout here for Team 1, and where is that at?
We're looking at this Mordekaiser, his ult will be so essential, able to trap maybe LeBlanc, able to trap, Samira, able to just divide team fights into 2 and, kind of single these things out.
Absolutely. Speaking of the Mordekaiser, he's going to be TPing his way down to the bot lane, giving chase his Kindred. But you're going to try and disappear as best you can, as the Vanishing Act will not come through, and Samira will perish. The Forge God has been called and knocks up 3. Now it's up to Tigsy and his mid laner to get as much back as they possibly can, but they're not given a chance here. Major will die to Cam. 3 dead here in that bot side river, and Team 1 shutting down Kiora and roaring back into this game.
Just see how the team fight, kind of crumbles underneath as soon as you got those, your top 3, entering into the fight. I mean, Kindred has been collecting marks. She's already, got quite a few, She's on 5 marks. She's got her first, 4 for that range. Definitely helpful in that fight. Meanwhile, you have Mordekaiser, who's just been kind of cruising on the top lane, who also picked up a solo kill somewhere along the line, has 2 items, and so definitely does a lot of damage. Saw him use his ult on Samira, even though wasn't really necessary.
1 versus 1 up here in the top lane as the Ornn is going to force the flash out of Cam. Call of the Forge job is flipped the other way here, and now Major is going to be running forward trying to pick up their opposition. They will not find it. Guster Posey goes on a killing spree, is wanting a little bit more here. Triforce completed. They are rushing down Major, and with those spells unavailable, it's going to be a wild goose chase. Mobility versus Deception. LeBlanc continuing to give this Kindred headaches. 1 more auto will do it. The creeps are looking, but the health pot tipping. Will they live? Guster Posey and the MVP minions are able to slay Major here and grab one up on the very extended chase.
I think Kindred now has potential to become the main character here. Guster Posey really, kind of just showing off how dominant they are right now. You can check their marks. That's actually 6 now. 1 more to the next range upgrade.
By ticking off and flaying the Kindred out of her own Lamb's Respite. It's going to be down to Mordekaiser and the Silas now, and those 2 seem to have firepower aplenty. Immediately slaying Guster Posey and Kiora. The chase down now on the other side. Rakan's going to be looking for a W. 3-man Searing Charge puts 3 men in the air for the blue team. And now with LeBlanc and Maokai, they're going to be wailing on this Mordekaiser. He's got a W shield to soak it up. MF's bullet time will slay the mid laner. They will get a battle dance in from the Rakan to rejoin if there's more, but it is going to be a 2 for 2. All that battling just for parity to reign through, and these 2 teams continue to clash in the jungle.
That was such a close fight. I really thought that was going to be more destructive, to be honest. Especially now you can really see the stakes that Stubby holds in this, just being there alone very strong. Having the ulta being able to separate Kiora from the fight, um, putting all that damage focus onto Major, who is, you know, maybe not as easy to kill as Kiora, but definitely not going to be,
Oh, flaying him
as
out of that first battle
terrible to
dance,
deal with.
forcing the W out of this Rakan as one more death sentence lands and forcing a flash of its own. Arrow Cross finding their stride in this game, forcing the bot lane backwards. Credit to this Thresh. They've been finding hooks all game, but those two proved particularly important setting up this dragon fight. Not quite connecting on that one as Guster Posey hanging out of the back of the pit, but it means that red team owned the river, so red team are going to be setting their sights on this Drake.
Yeah, and on the other hand, that dragon, you know, once again, not going to be contested at all. Puts red on the soul point, and blue might be up in kills, but they're not up in objectives right now. 3 dragons to 0, and the dragons could definitely become a problem.
3-0 Soul Point is currently in hand. Soul on the horizon. MF is going to get herself chunked down, heal, burnt in exchange for the Ignite on the mid laner side. And I appreciate Arrow Cross was on such a roll that they're typing as they do it. How close was that hook coming? And it was extremely, as we were going to see a 1 versus 1 out of the top laners. You're going to have a long way to go to cut through Ornn's health bar as he's doing the best that he possibly can. No flash on Tigsy means Stubbsy is able to grab that one up comfortably. No flash required. And once again, top lane, this Mordekaiser will be such a problem for Team 4 to try and navigate.
I mean, it's really just, the ability to just CS like that on Mordekaiser with that damaging ring. But also being able to separate people from the fight itself, And
Right.
if Mordekaiser takes someone who's kind of squishy, it's basically a guaranteed kill.
So honestly, considering he found the tankiest member of Team 4 and Tigsy, and just cut through him like he was butter, doesn't matter if you're tanky, squishy, somewhere in between. Stubby cares not, as we see the trap being laid, immediately double dashing their way out, flashing forwards. This Kindred last auto will follow you, and LeBlanc dying through her flash as a feels bad. Samira diving onto this more Mordekaiser. He has reinforcements inbound. Cam is here to cover his top laner, and now he grabs the ult of his own, throwing out the Call of the Forge. Got another death sentence, but it is blocked up by this wind wall. Bullet time to go flying through this choke. The first one to fall is going to be this Silas. Turning into the Beyblade is Cura and wiping 2 more members from the map. Trying to reinforce your top laner turns to a disaster for Team 1.
They said you need Kiora out of the equation to really even get like a foothold, in any team fights, because just that damage output is insane.
Indrid is looking for something sneaky and is able to just blow up Arrow Cross. They do have that ultimate available. Clam's Respite will be thrown down, but now the CC coming through on the other side. Stubby slays Samira, and on the other side, traded back, Guster Posey will die. It's now Mordekaiser versus 3, and he's liking those odds. Double kill going over to this top laner. He continues to give chase. Major can only run from the Iron Revenant. She's got the mobility to escape, but Stubby puts a stop to those Baron plans.
It's just so important to Team 1. I mean, you're not gonna find someone better to tank and do damage simultaneously. It's really, it's really important to have your top laner in positions like these, because your top laners are just so important to team fights.
It is pretty much an unanswerable question right now what Team 4 has to do to deal with Stubby. You try and send your tank in, and he gets melted. You try and send your squishy in, and they get obliterated. So who are you trying to deal with this top laner to try and mitigate? Maybe it's LeBlanc in terms of the mobility. Like, how are we playing these fights here for Team 4 to try and get a like you said, try and deal with Stubby? How are we trying to, any plans, any secret ideas to try and deal with this top laner?
We actually saw, the kind of the start of this You know, before Stubby was able to get out, there were 3 people on him. He didn't have his ult. He couldn't really do anything. And
We have to
Kiora got
hold that, standing on top of the lantern, blocking up Kiora's path to safety. A hook will mean that she grabs it, but she will grab it a moment too late. And now Thresh will die for the sins of his AD carry. 2 kills going over to Guster Posey, 2 kills going over to the blue side, and with the bot lane eliminated, Baron is well and truly on the cards here for Team 1.
you know, Kiora does so much damage, but she dies so easily. It's really definitely the biggest issue is, you know, sustainability, I would say. How long can you live? Kind of scary. I forgot that Major could just teleport back out. But how long can you live? How much can you gain from every time you're alive, right? Because every second you're dead is a second that you don't get to contest, a second you don't get to fight back.
Kind of like you were saying, right? The idea in a couple of games back, the idea of we might have to hold that. Now, Mordekaiser has found the Maokai in his jungle, Radiant Virtue giving him the HP, but it's a split fight on 2 sides. Maokai is likely going to get wailed on by this Mordekaiser. Bullet time flying over the top
Oh
as Lamb's
my
Spike keeps
God.
everybody. A re-engage on the tail end of this is going to be big. John Warwick has slain this Spy Kid. On the other side, it is 3 men going over to Kiora. This Samira has bringing the damage to bear. The Cam sacrifice will get no traction, and it is 2 for 4 here. The other side of the coin, sometimes you're one-shot, sometimes you do the one-shotting, and Samira comes up big in the team fight.
One really cannot go into these kind of altercations without Stubby. And that's going to put Red Team on, you know, it's going to give them the soul. Which is definitely not something you want to see. You know, even though Blue Team might be up 4K, they're just the deficit, you know, in objectives is definitely going to hit hard. You know,
It is indeed. Especially that Cloud Soul, right? The idea that every
Yeah.
time Samira presses her R, not only is this Blade absolutely obliterating you in terms of damage, now it's got about 4K move speed sailing towards your backlines. So the Blossom becomes even more deadly. It's going to
Yeah.
be a matter of Stubby versus Kiora in these fights. Guster Posey, though, might
8
be
marks.
the great equalizer considering, yeah, those marks.
And you know, to be honest, you know, if Team 1 wants to stand a chance, they cannot go into any
Jungle
fights without
fight once
Stubby.
more. It's their favorite place of the rift. Lem's respite will be thrown down. You got to try and hug the wall and get to safety. Flash away, but Flash to match here as Major's going to be diving forwards. The shield from their support, but they will die to the Maokai. Quickness thrown out, meaning that this Major is going to have to try and dip out on their own. Mordekaiser in the middle of a 3 versus 1 and doesn't have much HP to work with. Turns around and obliterates the AD carry, able to grab a 1-for-1 in a dicey situation, and now Cam has the door open for him. No more Kiora, no more Spy Kid. They're able to try and play up, move forwards, 3v3, and these two teams are on an absolute knife's edge.
And these games are they're just more intense and more intense with every passing second. You know, watching this going on, beginning to think that maybe, you know, Blue Team isn't as strong as they look. You know, on paper, really, this looks like, you know, 22 to 18. Even though Red has 4 souls, you can see, you know, the power behind Stubby, but Stubby can't do anything alone, and the rest of this team can't do anything without Stubby. So it's really they need all 5, you know, to go in.
Try and go in to try and get those overlaying spells here. I will be very interesting to see. Kiora has elected not to go for the QSS, elected not to get the Jit out of jail free card for this Mort ultimate. So just electing to duke it out, trying to go blow for blow in there. So we're going to have to see if that ends up coming back to bite them, or if they can just put a stop to Stubby in the isolated 1 versus 1, that will be all the telling you need here for those Team 4 faithful.
Yeah, definitely. Ooh, Tixie getting
Ultimate
caught by the ultimate
Ultimate
too.
thrown down here, able to get some fancy feet through the first decimate, throwing out the ultimate, but if that ultimate goes down before you re-channel it, never gets the redirect, MF is hooked, and MF is shut down. This is a dead 80 carry. The premium target flashes forces. Kiora gets a little bit big for her boots, and while Tigsy does survive, it is John Warwick ending up dying of all people.
I mean, Kiara might be a little big for her boots, but she has very, very big boots. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, she might be able to get a little bit of hyphy at any point in time, knowing she's got the thresh to try and whisk her to safety. We did see the very nice play here for Trucks once before where they just put their face directly on the lantern and said, you can't click this. But if that's not able to happen, then it means that that is always a repositioning tool. Like Samira really needs just one more dash in her kit.
Ha! I mean, just look at Kiora's items. They're almost full built. They're still level 14. It's still actually, relatively early to have so many items in the game. Uh, you know, these teams are just the champions themselves. Crazy damage. What really matters is who gets to pull the first trigger. Does Stubby get to eliminate Kiora's influence in a fight first, or does Kiora completely melt him?
Absolutely. It is just a matter of are they able to get the jump on Samira or can she pull that Inferno trigger first? That's a horrible, horrible niche thing considering that's the name of her ultimate. Everyone just calls it Beyblade or they call it the, everyone run away button. But it is going to be whoever gets that first swing is significantly favored in this fight, considering Guster Posey can one-tap Kiora. Kiora can one-tap Guster Posey. Ultimate is going to be very important to play around. Lamb's Respite, Searing Charge not connecting, but Mordekaiser is chunked. He's forced to go gold, and he's going to be forced to ult here in just a second. And now the Rakan going to be flying in. AoE on both sides. Rakan going to be wiped from the map. Kiora, and now soon to follow them will be Arrow. Support for support trade, but the top laner will die. Cam jumped on by the rest of this red team, and it is already net one positive here to the win. And Kiora setting their sights on this Baron.
At this point, Kiora is just too scaled. You know, does too much damage for anyone to really contest her. She heals a lot as well. I mean, Bloodthirster and an extra vampiric scythe, scepter. I mean, that lifesteal is crazy. I gotta say.
It is indeed all the way up to that 25% here. I know it's never math on stream, but 18 and 7. I can do that one off the top of my head. So it is going to be the Elder buff set their sights here. Diving forward, trying to play bodyguard, forcing the flash. Eden Major goes golden and is forced to flash away, able to escape back into their team. And they do everything they need to keep Guster Posey out of the pit. Do not allow the 50-50 moment. And credit here to the mid laner, EDN Major setting Team 4 up with the next buff on the table.
And, Elder buff, Baron buff. Yet, not a lot of turrets, actually, for being at this stage in the game. They don't really have that prio, so that's definitely going to be the biggest target right now. Get to at least one of the inhibitor turrets. Maybe if they're a little bit... maybe if they get a team wipe, go for the Nexus turrets. There's the first turret that they need to get.
Yeah, there we go. First structure will fall, absolutely. They do have a single creep to continue wailing on that turret. And now that those ornaments start to fly in, you see the Radiant Virtue upgrade. You see the Death Dust Blade. You see every single thing now that level 17 has come through. Orin's got all his buddies outfitted in only the freshest of items. As the Elder buff makes even the Maokai ultimate scary. No one blocked for your MF! And that is likely just gonna be the death note here for Team 1. Such an unfortunate lapse in concentration, meaning 3 kills go over, 2 Nexuses go over, and 1 game win here for Team 4. Very nicely done picking this one up.
And it really rested on who could scale faster, Stubby or Kiora, and Kiora just pulled it out, pulled the trigger and went, I am in charge of this game. 14-5-7, 282 CS. Absolutely insane. Uh, you know, and to Stubby's credit, he did his best, but it just wasn't enough, you know.
Stubby fighting tooth and nail, like you said, calling out some stats here on the other side. The top performing DPS member was this Mordekaiser. 8-3 scoreline is nothing to scoff at. Obviously, the hero of the day being Kiora. But what I will say is, as much as the Samira hype train was rolling from the minute one, I want to give the credit over to Arrow Cross on the other side. Those thresh hooks, we're constantly finding this bot lane. John Warwick and Trux felt like no matter whether they were on the steps of their fountain or clear on the other side of the river, they were in danger at the drop of a hat. So shoutouts to Cross, really setting their AD carry up for success.
Yeah, definitely. I, all in all, very insane game. And definitely just, all the players.
All the players were certainly putting their all here. Not only, like I said, there's pride on the line, but there are bragging rights on the line, and even more than that, there is $250 on the line here. 200 to the winner, 50 to the second place. Anyone who's able to even make that big dance at the end gets themselves a nice little chunk of change here. But we're gonna be cutting into a short break.
Hold on.
Sorry, say that again?
I actually wanted to point out that now that Team 4 has won this round, they're going to go to the finals and meet their first opponent, Team 3.
Is that actually what it is?
I think so.
So Team
Yeah.
4 versus Team... So we're going to get a run back.
We're actually going to get a rematch between Team 4 and Team 3. And that is definitely going to be so exciting. So you definitely want to stay here. Definitely want to see that.
this forever, just you in the grotto, with nothing but your nights on. We keep all the lights on, same again tomorrow. We don't need no bottle, purple colored lip gloss from with the saguaro. Ain't nowhere I'd rather be, right here in the holidays. Coffee on the Flintstone, jewelry on the ottoman. Baby, let me in, for I get way too adamant about it. Love the way you shiver, dig into my shoulder blades. Feel it when you quiver, higher level elevate. You could be the renegade, born into a Clyde. Harrison and Juliet, legends never die. The TV hasn't worked in ages, probably got a shorter cable. Way too busy falling off the sofa or the kitchen table. Is my vision hazy? Cause you look like you're someone famous. Cause you're the next Drew Barry, and I want more. And all these other girls keep wondering what I'm loving you for. Cause you're the next Drew Barry, and I want more. And all these other girls keep wondering what I'm loving you for. Cause you're the next Drew Barry, and I want more. Sweeping through the desert, the hot Americana rain falling, wearing nothing but my Lauryn Hill shirt. It's kinda baggy on you, baby, but it worked. The AC hasn't worked in ages, I could probably read the label. Way too busy falling off the counter or the coffee table. Am I hallucinating? Why do you look hella famous? Cause you're the next Drew Barry, and I want more. And all these other girls keep wondering what I'm loving you for. Cause you're the next Drew Barry, and I want more. And all these other girls keep wondering what I'm loving you for. Cause you're the next Drew Barry, and I want more. Just you in the grotto, with nothing but your nights on. We keep all the lights on, same again tomorrow. We don't need no bottle, purple colored lip gloss from with the saguaro. Ain't nowhere I'd rather be, right here in the holidays. Coffee on the Flintstone, jewelry on the ottoman. Baby, let me in, for I get way too adamant about it. Love the way you shiver, dig into my shoulder blades. Feel it when you quiver, higher level elevate. You could be the renegade, born into a Clyde. Harrison and Juliet, legends never die. The TV hasn't worked in ages, probably got a shorter cable. Way too busy falling off the sofa or the kitchen table. Is my vision hazy? Cause you look like you're someone famous. Cause you're the next Drew Barry, and I want more. And I want more. And all these other girls keep wondering what I'm loving you for. Cause you're the next Drew Barry, and I want more. And all these other girls keep wondering what I'm loving you for.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the big dance. Welcome to the grand finale here, the Titan Esports All-Stars in the Divinity League. We got ourselves a run back between Team 3 and Team 4 with the draft you see playing out in front of you. But before we even touch on that, before I let my lovely colorcaster actually walk us through some actual plays, there are stakes. You know yourself, $200 to the winner, 50 to the loser. But on top of that, we got ourselves a pure, good, old-fashioned money match here between Chris and Kiora. So 50 bonus dollars on the line, everything to play for and more. Vix, go ahead and walk us through this draft now that we know what's really at stake here.
All right, these two teams are definitely playing off that first game they went against each other, but also the games they played against their opponents. Knowing that T3 and Team 4 both have won at least 3 games, and they gotta put their all into this. So already we see the 2 ADC bans. On the side of Team 3, prompting a Nico response. We've seen Team 4 play this Nico. We've seen what they do on that Nico. It's kind of scary, to be honest. So, very strong opening pick. On the other hand, Wukong and Ezreal to kind of, be able to escape from tight spots and push up faster. All that good stuff. So, Juani. Now, I really like this Milio ban.
Yeah, the Melio band is something that really draws your eye. Why is that?
Well, Milio recently has become, of course, one of the newer characters, but also definitely pretty strong when it comes to, being able to heal and being able to boost damage output. I mean, with an Ezreal, Ezreal already does really big damage, especially when he gets his ring around you and he can capitalize off of that. So, definitely a good ban. Also the Zeri, keep those ADCs in check. That's the main theme I see. Anila.
Ooh.
Now
Yeah,
that one is special.
that is an interesting pick here, and certainly gonna have some nice synergies. Cool things here. Sejuani can only stack her passive when melee auto attacks connect on enemy champions here. Any melee auto attack will do, and as Nila is coded to be a melee champ, and plenty of those are going to be flying out left, right, and center once those whips get cracking. That's a nice little synergy T4 have already built for themselves, and I am very fond of the change of pace here.
Yeah, and T4 have also taken into account the fact that they have a Nico, so they can actually afford to lose a little bit of that range on the bot lane. In favor of range in the mid lane. Meanwhile, we have a Yana on the side of Team 3, just to back up that Ezreal, just to be able to knock people up airborne, get that damage done. So, already some strong picks coming out, and the two bans, your favorite, Ornn and Aesol.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Call of the Forge God is going to be left on voicemail this game. He will not be joining us for the grand finale. And I respect it, considering we have seen it find some pretty nice success, kick those team fights off nicely. But one thing I want to circle back on for just a moment is, yes, Neela Sejuani, nice synergy. They're able to play off of each other quite well. But in that short range, it can be difficult for you to find your footing into an Ezreal Janna lane. The poking, prodding, pestering. I like to call these the running with scissors bot lanes. The Ezreal plus mage lanes, because they will absolutely poke your eye out if you let them. And so you're going to be trying to navigate through that thicket of spells, and could be very difficult if Neela is going to get herself caught up way too many times.
Two other bands here, Thresh and Veigar. Now, Thresh, understandable ban. Swain, okay, as somebody who has seen Swain in ranked games, pain and suffering, what a good pick for Team 3. Definitely
Pain and
capitalize off of that.
suffering?
Have you never seen a fed Swain?
Oh, I have absolutely seen my fair share of Swain, especially into short range comps like T4 have cooked up for themselves. If you're forced to stand in his ultimate, he is going to be happy as a clam. As we see, the Tristana ended up being the answer here. So trying to bully out, it might be a situation where we have some Unorthodox lanes, considering the double marksman and the Nico. Where do we think that those are going here?
Seraphine, apparently. So very, very interesting picks, and now I'm kind of left here wondering who's the top laner. Uh,
Yeah.
Or
Okay. So let's just take a moment to process this. Who is the top laner? I will say the fact that T4 was I'm just gonna say I was just shown a screenshot in which we had a 3-11 lethal tempo Soraka top lane. So despite the fact that this is an absolutely incoherent draft out of T4, and I'm curious to see where these are aligned to, there has been worse drafted. So T4 are cooking here for the big finale.
we got another Yordle though for Team 3. Poppy, uh, pretty solid pick, considering they probably are a little bit confused about what they're going up against. Just like us.
Okay, if you had to make a guess, then, but what's the hypothesis here? Who would you see
Tristana.
slotted? Tristana top? Is that the guess?
Top, because Tristana is definitely, more of a solo player compared to Neela and Seraphine, I would say. Or at least when you're considering, we need a support player somewhere in this mix. So Seraphine's probably the support, Neela's probably the ADC, and Tristana, well, leave her to take care of herself alone. She's got, enough rockets to just propel her away. On the other hand, is that a Swain mid lane?
Yes. So that one at least we do know it's
Against
gonna be
the
Swain
Nico.
mid lane against what could be the Nico, what could be the Tristana. If the other wrinkle is could be Tristana in the mid lane and Nico
That is
flexed all the
true.
way top. Perhaps, we're only just speculating. We're just kind of spitballing here, trying to figure out what exactly we're doing. But I'm curious to see T4 have been hiding things from us. They have saved picks up until this very moment. So, okay, even though we don't exactly know the exact lineup in terms of where these champions are going in terms of role order, we can still see all 5 on either side, right, Vic? So, in
Yeah.
terms of cohesion, what are we thinking out of these two teams? Anything that really draws your eye? I know you honed in on the Swain. You want to give us a little more on that?
No, that's just my personal bias kicking in, to be honest. But I really like, the synergy between Ezreal and Yana, definitely going to be something to contend with. And like you said, the Neela and Sejuani combo, definitely um strong. Done with the fact that you're keeping your other ranged in mind, and you know having 4 range players necessarily is not always the answer. So inserting a Neela who can do you know a good amount of damage, but also have that melee option, you know,
Right.
definitely a smart move. But yeah, I could see this going either way. These are very unorthodox team comps.
They unorthodox is an incredibly polite way of saying just really spicy here. Unorthodox, non-traditional is another one that I've heard. We do see the fact that behind the scenes, Nico is going to be locked in by Tiggsy, the top laner,
That is
and
the top laner.
Tristana is locked in for Major, the mid laner. So it does end up being the Nico in the top lane. How does that change your perception of this draft?
Not at all.
Not at all.
Actually, I
Boom.
think Tristana might have a better chance against Swain, to be honest, because she can just leave the situation a hell of a lot easier than Nico can. What I'm interested in seeing is how these stuns play out. How Nico can, throw these roots at Poppy, or Swain can pull Tristana. Yana can airborne. All this stuff.
Some of these crucial spells here. So Tiggsy facing off against the Poppy on the other side. Kiora, one member of this mini match, this money match, is on the Neela, is on that pop-off potential here. So be interesting to see if they are able to really get down and dirty, try and get themselves a lead. And as we're just setting ourselves up, any closing thoughts before we throw it to the final break of the stream, before Team 3 and Team 4 settle every score all the way across the rift?
Just good luck to our teams because this is definitely going to be one hell of a game.
Certainly. So good luck. Have fun to both teams. Leave nothing left on the table. Go absolutely all out. Speaking of you guys, don't go anywhere whatsoever. You don't want to miss the thrilling conclusion of the All-Star break. Join us right after the break and see you for the finals in just a moment.
Welcome back,
Ladies.
everyone.
Oh
Oh
no, the misstep. We were flipping. We
no!
were talking behind the scenes. We step onto. All right, nothing. You heard nothing. Vix, take us away.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final match of the Divinity League for Titan Esports. Once again, just to reintroduce ourselves, I'm Dolphy Vix. I'm joined by my play-by-play caster Sandbag, and we are so ready for this game.
Absolutely. Saving our energy, saving the spicy picks. We have some silliness trying to be coming out here from the red team, but it will not be. And yeah, we're approaching 4 hours of this. You know, some of the cracks might be showing, but I at least have a little bit more in the tank. You ready to go for this last one here, Dolphy?
Yes, sir.
Cranking out enough caffeine to keep us going, you know, just waving through the jitters, as this is just a determined late invade here for the red team. They're going to be walking their way in, but thinking better of it. And okay, we will not be getting our hands just absolutely decimated at 90 seconds into the game.
I think this is the first match we've not seen an invade, actually.
They certainly tried, but I got it sniffed out, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, since it's been a pattern and they've already fought against each other in the first game, I think, you know, it's sort of to be expected. And it's the Poppy mid lane, actually, and Swain top lane.
Okay, so every single time we think we have these teams figured out, they go and throw yet another. I trusted you guys. I thought there was at least going to be one team drafting standard, but no. We got Yeecaw in the mid lane. We got the Chinese Spy. Strasana's jumping forwards here, just going to use that level 2 advantage. PTA plus that E means a major health lead in the mid lane, huh? Because it's Strasana's. Yeah.
Didn't get the pun. Oh, an amazing combo from Tiggsy up in the top lane. And I really think that, you know, this is sorry, I can't speak apparently. Tristana in the mid lane, it's just a good counter to Poppy.
I can certainly. Why do you think that? Like, expand on that one just a little bit.
There's just, you know, she's able to keep, you know, oh yeah, like because of that, you know. She sees a gank, she's just like, nah, I'm out. I don't want to be here. Bye.
Chase and point. You try and engage, she says no thank you. You try and look for a gank, she says no thank you, and is able to just sail her way to safety, no problems. But we seeing some problems here in the mid lane, as down to 200 HP. Rocket jump forwards, able to go directly on the Poppy's head. Flash will be expended, and it will be first blood to Major, traded out instantaneously. So a 1-for-1 in the mid lane.
Still a pretty good first blood lead. Gonna propel us up about like 500 coins on the side of blue team. So, you know, not terrible. Yep. However, Poppy, you know, Major, you know, doesn't use the teleport right away. On the other hand, Yeecaw does. Ooh.
Flashing forward, Sejuani is going to be diving directly on top of Chinese Spy, getting a flash for flash up in the top lane. And what I was expecting to see is engaging out of the bot side. Mid laners aren't quite ready to give it up here. Exhaust is expended, and it has just been trading across the map. We had a nice and slow game 3, and certainly not going to be moving at that kind of speed here in game 4.
No, I think we're definitely have all eyes on this mid lane right now. In terms of ganks, in terms of, you know, trading. Where does our main focus lie? Because, you know, Poppy against Tristana is just, you know, these two are kind of, I wouldn't say they're really the carries of the game, but I would say that they have a very, very high impact on how, you know, our carries will get fed. Because it's just, and look at this Tristana already up in the top lane.
Engaging here, the bot lane has their Sejuani in the pocket. Ezreal is able to turn this one around and get a 1-for-1 in the midst of Spy Kids ganks. So credit over to Rivered here. It's another 1-for-1, and once again, swiftly equalized here, both between these two teams.
It seems to me that the top and mid laners have switched positions. Again for the blue team. Very, very interesting.
Yeecaw is gonna try and gank his own lane, and with the rocket jump down, there will be a nice little tackle, some damage coming through. The buckler damage will be enough to really send this Major running for the hills. But on the other side, they will lose a wave for it. They even cancel their recall. Minions are dying in the midst of this play, so it's an expensive roam, but it is still able to chunk through the health bar here.
I mean, look at Tigsy. He's already up here trying to get something back as well. You know, this mid and top lane synergy is going crazy. Drake gonna go down, no competition. Definitely gonna go to the red team here. So team 3 gonna take it away with the first Drake. Meanwhile, top and mid are still kind of out of sorts, I would say. You know, kind of going back and forth between the lanes. You know, we've had another lane switch.
Yeah, okay, so in draft, we were a little bit confused where each of these players were playing. Was it going to be Major top, Tigsy top? Was it going to be Chinese Spy, Yee-Caw? It appears to be that they don't know. They seem to be just as confused as we are, as they seem to be rotating. We got top lane Tigsy, then we got top lane Major, and then we got the Sejuani up here to try and gank this Swain. And now he's in a bit of a sticky situation, but Spy Kid calls it off. There has just been rotations on rotations. Nice little tackle from Poppy, but it's only going to amount to a singular flash. No kills expended in the bot lane, and just nobody knows whose lane it is, Vix.
Went on everyone's lane. I was about to say that the bot lane's kind of the only normal one, and then Poppy just appeared there. It's so weird, like leaving your mid lane so much, going up, down. You know, Poppy's like most at home anywhere that isn't her lane.
It's gonna be tough. Also, sorry, take a check at those inventories here. Are we seeing a theme here for the red side inventories by any chance?
I mean, I am also seeing this Sheen that
Sheen.
I'm not really sure where the Sheen is going. I mean, I know where it's going for Ezreal, but
Ezreal rocking the Sheen, more than likely turning it into a Triforce. Wukong rocking the Sheen, could be Triforce, could be Divine Sunderer. Poppy gonna be a Divine Sunderer. They want that Spellblade. Every single one of them rocking it. Swain, unfortunately, not quite so happy, but it is very funny to see the three of them rocking it already. And one thing that we were wanting to acknowledge as Sejuani headed towards bot lane, but will be pinged out, it will not evaporate. Take a look down here at the bot lane already. Only 8 minutes in. CS looking pretty dicey as we have the ultimate committed out of Swain. More than happy to just jump in as this Tristana Buster shot plus auto as Major will slay Chinese Spy. Down to the bot lane, Star-Lord does not have the flash, so Dar-Lord will be sent to the heavens. Very nice charm sets up Spy Kid for a kill onto Riverd, and that is 3 consecutive wins here for the blue team. Not quite done yet. Pop Blossom throwing Poppy up into the air, but she does have Wukong waiting in the wings. The junglers might clash over this crab. Yee-Caw plus Chris. Arctic Assault forwards from the Sejuani. Poppy has the ultimate if she wants to go for the eviction. Flashing forwards is Spy Kid, but she will find only her own grave as Wukong is able to shut her down after the flash.
That fight's taken there. Ultimately a win for Team 4, of course. They get the most kills out of that. A nice little shutdown for Poppy, though. Kind of buys something back. And
certainly does.
What this really is coming down to is, can bot lane get fed enough to just completely mitigate, you know, any efforts made for Team 3?
Right. And so far, I know we haven't had that much to work off of, but do you think that we're going to be able to see Ezreal get themselves far enough ahead for it to really take over the game in that fashion? Are you putting your money here on Riverd?
I'm not sure right now.
Oh.
Oh man, that is a big stun.
Charging forwards. This is going to be Ezreal flashing to safety as Kiora will have to turn tail and run as Chris sticks his head out of the bush. Both of these AD carries at a loss of a summoner and continuing to really tax those long cooldowns. We see TPs, we see flashes, we see even the exhaust out of Star-Lord getting forced out. And it feels like the red team have all the priority you could hope down here in the bot lane.
across, some credit. Those are some amazing stuns that they're hitting. We're back to the Poppy on Tristana, altercation. This is a bit of a
Whoa.
destruction from Spy Kid. Swain actually able to make it out. Off the
Swain
flash.
does get to safety with that flash. If you check items really quick, you can see that the assassin items have really come through for Spy Kid, right? She's got
Definitely.
an Aegis and some burn items, and she's absolutely destroying Chinese Spy. Tanks being my favorite archetype can be a little bit silly sometimes. Is Chinese Spy on the receiving end of quite a beating.
Here already on the Drake, no contestation again. It seems that these teams just take dragons pretty easily after they get some prio. So yeah, goes down easily. They don't even have to use smite for it. Personally, I would use smite anyways. Make sure. Oh, Referent just getting destroyed.
Nice
But a
little
triple
NATO.
airborne.
Nice little NATO out of Star-Lord is able to buy the safety after Ezreal was shifting away here. Once again, Major No Fear just rocket jumping onto his Fed, ever to get the reset, Buster shot, and one more playing Leapfrog in the mid lane as Major is able to get another kill here in the mid lane onto their opposition.
Caved in now, needs to figure out, a way to get out of this gank. Probably just another jump, but
Slash! Pin!
Flash!
Instantaneous engage here. Chris and Yeehaw on the same page. They look at each other, go, flash in, flash in. Major gets slammed into the wall and taken down. Shut down, going over to the pop.
Just, very unfortunate to be caught out in a situation like that where, they're gonna burn 2 flashes just to get you. Like, you're that important? And,
Yeah,
oh,
speaking of
another
that
one.
important, Sejuani is in some trouble. Slammed into the wall, popped up with the ultimate, and beaten down by the Monkey King as Chris is able to pick up his second kill of the game. As now we see the Pop Blossom throwing 2 up into the air. They do have the rocket jump from Tristana to close the distance. Monkey will die, and with the reset, the Poppy is sure to follow. Double kill going over to Major, and that is a fed Tristana early on into the game.
I gotta say, like, we just have people jumping on each other constantly throughout this entire match. These locations are pretty interesting too. I mean, we're deep in blue team spawn, and it's red people getting the kill. So, that over aggression, looking for more reward than risk, and Major looking to try and get a turret here, but can't. Teleport coming out. We'll get the plating.
And finish it off. Does get the plate, you're absolutely right. And Poppy is here to knock down the wave, but with the return of Shelly, the Rift Herald will make short work of the, what is it, 1k HP left on it. Yeah. Immediately slam down, and we'll have enough vitality to just get a second doink down. So high value Rift Herald is now Wukong Blast coning his way over, stepping away from the Swain, and that's a pretty high value Rift Herald on the end of it.
I mean, mid lane being so open now is gonna pose. It's just gonna pose so many problems. You have to be able to, think about, oh, this wave is pushing up, but I can't be that pushed up either. I might just get jumped. I don't have vision. I don't have protection, and it's a whole headache and a whole mess.
A very nice little root coming out on the top lane, and you said that the Swain can become such a problem in these solo queue games. As we see a fight starting to brew, Poppy is chipping us down. Unfortunately, Chinese Spy, unfortunately for him, not in a solo queue game. In a more structured environment, has not been finding the success that he's hoping for. So he hasn't even managed to finish up first item here as the rocket jump coming through from Tristana. She's going to be immediately exhausted and jumped on by the enemy team. And she loses her flash. Nice little sidestep away from this ultimate as now it is the red team continuing to press forward here. Nice little 2-man charm is able to find the Janna to double it to a third, and they're not ready to give it up yet. Stunned up underneath the turret. Monsoon keeping everybody alive. It's low health bars, but no one falling. And the sending them the wrong way. Tigsy able to play a bit of mind games and get out from that ultimate. One more root. Q over the top of it, stepping away. There's some very nimble feet for this mid laner. as Major flashes over the Q of its own, not able to quite connect that root, and as a result, nobody falls, Vix.
So low health though, it's keeping you on the edge.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, Ezreal's here.
Ezreal.
Rivered. What can you do? What can you do? The
Oh
flash is
no!
stun.
Oh,
It tries to flash
Sir.
again, and then it gets
Oh
stunned.
no! River going for the play to flash through the spells, but we only find a root and a perish here. Getting a
Can't play
little,
hero.
little
You
bit too
can't play
excited.
hero. Just tries to be, that person tries to get that another kill, you want your AD to kind of scale, but ultimately loses it all. A little too confident in his skills. And the Rift Herald is up, alive, and definitely a good target of contention, especially for the blue team, who could potentially take down another mid turret with this.
Could very much be. We see the dragon also started up here, and it might be a little something down in the bot lane. A nice slam, a nice Q. Poppy's really starting to feel comfortable now that that Iceborne Gauntlet has been tied up and finished. The base damages are plenty. You go golden, but to what end? You have no flash, Tigsy, and you will fall. Poppy really starting to find footing in this game.
And Arrow Cross just almost falling
Holy moly.
immediately.
Just diving forwards. Arrow Cross dies to Wukong, and now with the Cyclone 2-man pop-up, red team making it look easy. Just walking them down underneath their team, turn it into a double. 4 men dead on the side of the blue team. And what was the makings of a 2k gold lead suddenly evaporates as red team roars to life and sets their eyes on this dragon.
Drake's gonna be big. It's the Chemtech Drake. It's the third Drake of the game, but it would put them up a soul. And in terms of objectives, red team is not on the greatest foot right now. So getting
They're
this
ready to get
is
this one
big.
going, though.
Oh, that's
Nice slam out of
disgusting.
Poppy. The TP from Tristana. Can she get something go? I got baited myself. A very nice buster shot to punch them out of the pit. And now it will be Tigsy running for their lives. Able to find a root onto 1, a Q onto 2, but will fall all the same. River goes on a killing spree. Seraphine throws out everything she has, but the smite still comes through. And Chris is able to gobble that one up, putting the cold lead back within a singular K.
No, I still can't lie. Red team had such a deficit behind them. They were so low. And then they suddenly bring it back with not just one team fight, but also the leftovers from that team fight. People trying to run in, make their own plays, and ultimately giving it up.
It is indeed. And it also, what is good for us, though, is it means parity across the board. 2 Drakes over to 1. Gold leads slightly in the other direction. So that means even footing and even matchups down the line. So bringing it back, right? We're going to take a small step in as we see some waves. No one is anywhere near each other, and Ezreal is safe enough. Let's just kind of walk it back for a second. If I'm not mistaken, you were originally play-by-play. Is that correct? You wanted
Yeah.
to have a crack at that, right? We have found ourselves in a nice even situation 20 minutes into the game.
Ooh.
If we find ourselves another dragon, do you reckon you can take over and send that one off to try and play-by-play next fight?
Sure, but let's put that on hold because Tixie is literally going off right now.
Just
Or at least
absolutely laying into him.
trying to run away at least. Oh,
Poppy damage is no joke. And unfortunately, no defense can be mustered to the might of the Yordle and her hammer.
Terra gonna go for another big destroy. And the Rift Heralds have just gotten 2 turrets this game apparently.
Yup, 2 full turrets plus able to get a big old chunk onto that mid T too, so really getting her steps in. Shelly is off and running, but it is currently as close as you can possibly get. 32.1k as it rolls over now, but a purely tied game. Team 4, Team 3 delivering on this finals promise.
Really, it's only tied on paper to me. You're gonna
Oh,
see a lot of these
okay.
objectives though. Do you see the objectives lead pretty firmly? I was about to say, the objectives lead is firmly in the blue court. But now that that turret's been destroyed, Red's actually got, quite the upper hand. They have the two, Ezreal's picked up a few kills. Got a little bit fed. Poppy definitely going to be an issue, with her tanky items.
You
And
see something brewing here.
honestly, one of the most important characters for the side of blue team, Nico, hasn't really gotten to see a lot.
Nico is currently a long way. Sejuani on the flank. You want to take this one?
Um,
Oh, it peters out. Oh, they're so boring. They just cleanse it. There isn't going to be anything happening here. It looks like we're going to have to wait for the Drake.
I think actually Nico's coming down, turn into some sort of minion. Walking up front door.
There it is.
It's getting massive airborne. Diving into the turret, Chris. Looking for some kills, but actually, I just saw a big bomb on him. A turret shot, and I guess Tiggsy and Chris are just gonna go down. A 1-for-1 trade.
Just flying past our heads with a Poppy eviction.
Right. And all these roots, Kiora in a bad spot, needs to flash out. Yikaw getting tagged by turret. And ultimately, leaving the ball, I think, in red team's hands.
Whoa.
That Ezreal ult. So close to doing something, so far from actually getting anything done.
These two teams not even willing to let the Drake spawn before they end up going hammer and tongs here in the mid lane.
Yeah, but with the lack of minions and the Drake in 50 seconds, they back off because, you can't afford to die right now.
True. It's all the more punishing when an objective is up. Sometimes a kill is only 300 gold. Sometimes a kill can be anything between an Elder buff and a pure Nexus. So neither of these teams want to make that mistake.
So now, going back into this reset, all eyes are on the Drake. This would put red team on soul point. This would even up some objectives for blue team. And give them a more solid foundation to, say, we have the lead.
EP, fight is brewing.
Fight. And already Yikaw going in for the kill. Kiora just diving in and completely getting slain. Spycade trying to get out the root. Pretty good, keeping Chris in the line of fire for the turret. Yikaw going in for the solo kill. Onto arrow, backed up by the team major. Not much you can do here. Red team is just destroying. They even set their sights on the red buff. Like, blue team wasn't enough. You need the Krug as well.
They're running out of things to PvP, so they gotta set their sights on this jungle camp. As Nico is able to escape with the help of that empowered blast cone, but 3 men down. Jungle, Tiggs playing every single place on the map. They're running for the hills. Red team owns the pit. Red team owns the Drake. And red team are going to be picking themselves up this Dragon Soul point.
On the other hand, we're still pushing down this mid lane. Still trying to get these turrets. Still applying so much pressure. The Baron's up. I'm not sure if the red team's going to go for that, but it is an option. And the best thing you have, in this game are options. Because that gives you, this sort of power to control the game, set the pace, set the tone, and how are you going to bring it?
If you can force the enemy team to play your game, you are certainly going to be advantaged. So if you want to set the fight off, if you're the one finding the engage onto a squishy member. We saw in the last fight, Kiora got absolutely one-tapped by Yikaw and Synchris. So trying to do that again, if they can find what is honestly one of the premium targets. Sure, yeah, Tiggsy's got a significant amount of damage out of those 2 items. This major is going to be another big problem. But as we see up in the top lane, Q landing, it is the Baron buff going to be just started up here for the blue team.
And now what we're looking at potentially off the Baron buff is maybe another turret, another team fight. Ezreal a little bit early with the ult to try and steal, but there goes the Baron. Here goes the teleports. Oh, that's a lot of teleports, I gotta say. All, taking a reset to buy some items. freshen up, get ready for this next part of the game where they start to go on this, insane offensive. They have to do something here. Blue team needs to take, some sort of space and try and make up for that Dragon Soul um, you know, deficit.
Trying
And
to
now
fight their
also
way out
get
of
the
that.
majority.
Absolutely.
And also get a turret majority again.
It is an interesting map state, right? Where 10 to 16, if you look straight only at the big numbers, you're thinking, this is red team heavily advantage. Then you realize Baron buff is on the blue team side. They do have one of those 3 Drakes to try and stall that out. So while there is a slight gold lead and a dragon lead over to one side, Baron buff being picked up can be an equalizer in a lot of situations. So as you said, trying turning that into structured gold, trying to use that to knock people down is going to be the way that I feel like this blue team comes back into the game as best as they can.
Definitely, and pushing down these mid lanes, getting to those inhibitor turrets. There's only one turret. There's actually, a few turrets still standing for each team. One inhib turret really only left exposed. There's a teleport in, and here we go. Now we're A-ramming.
We're just got ourselves a good old-fashioned NA ram. Unfortunately, Ezreal ult's gonna wipe out the wave, so Team 4 is gonna have to sit and wait for another one to come rolling right back up the lane. It's just a lot of staring at each other, all things considered. Ain't nobody playing side lanes. We just want to get ourselves a nice little rumble going here in the mid lane.
Now, new minion wave. They gotta take that space. Gotta get up in, the opponent's faces. Taking the Krugs too, Nila. And right now it's a question of who will start the fight. Who will really, who will end all of this just simple poking, get a root off, and initiate something bigger. Chris is here now.
Have you ever heard the definition of insanity? Do you know what the definition of insanity is?
Doing the same thing over and over and expecting to yield different results.
So, if we have pushed one wave and it got cleared, and then we pushed another wave and it got cleared, what do you think's gonna happen when you push the 3rd consecutive wave into the team who's cleared 2 of them? Any guesses?
Your Baron buff runs out and you're sad.
Your Baron buff
Tempting.
runs out. Please, Team 3, Team 4, call off this ARAM and start playing the map before I die of old age. Go out to your sides and spread that lead, guys.
Actually, I think they're going to start looking towards the Chemtech Drake. Obviously, red team needs this for the soul. So they're very aware of this. Blue team also aware of this to keep red team from getting the soul. And maybe prolong their hold on soul point a little longer.
Yeah,
But a lot of stuff happening here. However, red team does actually not have all of their players here. Poppy on the split push.
Looks like a fight is brewing here, though. Blue team pushing into the jungle, looking for that soul TP. This might be your time to shine here, Fofi. Let's take this one.
Okay, and walking in already, the airborne. 5K getting knocked up. Well, Major Arrow Rosen looking for something more. Tizzy with the airborne, and River, and is going to be the main character, apparently. 2-1, and the turret gonna fall down to the minion actually on the other side of the map. Another massive airborne, and Arrow gotta run away, but not gonna make it out alive. And
Wow.
To go to the red team, plays superiority firmly in their hands as they take the soul. They, want to take this game. They've worked so hard for it, and they've already beat Team 4 before. So
it looked so good here. Once Tigsy was able to land that 4-man ultimate, Nico was really primed and ready to set that one off. But unfortunately, red team just had enough juice. Team 3 just too much to bear here, so they do grab themselves up that Chemtech Soul and put themselves in what feels like the first significant lead of the entire game so far.
It's just kind of like unreal. I mean, the Chemtech Drake, first of all, one of the best Drakes by far. Just the amount of buff that the Chemtech Drake will give is already really good. So that's a W. The second thing, You know, you're looking at a 11 to 21 kill deficit
Right.
with a 3k gold lead, which, in hindsight, you would expect an 11 to 21 kill lead to have a bigger gold deficit, but these teams were
Right.
pretty evenly matched despite the kills. So now, we're getting the ball rolling. We're going somewhere. Ezreal fed, Poppy is fed, Wukong is fed, and Swain and Yana are the perfect supports to back them up.
Yup. More than happy to be rocking quite significant bounties. The TP is going to be flying out here. Sejuani ultimate does connect. The Nico will not be able to
Oh,
land the root due to the flash here. But now Force of Nature Poppy is going to be a tough nut to crack. Two people wailing on her. Make that a third. And she's still not falling. Yi caught dancing through the flay. Boo suede shoes on deck. Will
finally
eventually fall.
dead.
But we're making a trade of 1-for-1. Major dies, your base under fire. Can you really be too pleased about that? Poppy is in all chat
They missed
typing
the inhib.
slash worth.
They don't get the inhib.
They do not. They will be stopped here. Now the team fight's going to be kicking off once more. Charm finding two, able to be immediately cleansed. Monsoon coming out for some HP, and now it's going to be a matter of Wukong putting the shots into this ult-less top laner. Swain with so much zone control, coming out with the slows, the roots, the binds, locking them down, slaying them with the autos as Ezreal's able to knock down Tigsy. And now with only Kiora left on the line, you gotta just wait for your minion wave. And the money is on the line. Major and Kiora, 4 versus 2, staring down the Chemtech Soul. You gotta try and clear this wave. You gotta look
Oh,
for the
that
play. No
damage, though.
summoners available. Kiora's gotta try and get something going. Wukong diving forward with the Cyclone underneath those Nexus turrets. They will slay Kiora. They will go legendary on their very own 80 carry. And with the root landing once more, they're going to be trying to back themselves away. Tristana's here to reinforce it. Swain looking for a claw of his own, but he might have overstayed as Sejuani locks him down. And now Arrow Cross is able to pick up one of their own. Team 4 hold the line here, Dolphy.
Yeah, and you know what? They still have both of their Nexus turrets, so
True.
it's not as desolate as it might seem as if they did lose them. Usually when a team loses both of their Nexus turrets, it kind of feels like, oh, it's over. This is it, because it's so hard to defend against a back door without a turret.
True. If you have any opportunity here, we see it once again. Yi Call under fire. Beautiful three-man charm here. The ultimate to follow it up. This is a big engage. Maybe the best you're going to get, but the four-man Cyclone coming out the other side. Wukong is turning it around. They just don't have the damage. Rocket jump from Major will buy but a singular moment as this Poppy proves too much to break down. Kiora will duke it out with their support, but the Wukong will end that party. One back here to Kiora,
And that
but
is a
it will be
GG.
the last member of the blue team side as Team 3 set their sights on those aforementioned Nexus turrets.
Yeah, and this is, this is one hell of a ride, one hell of a series. We got to see the rematch against Team 3, Team 4. We get to see, this amazing game.
Very
And
nicely done.
that's
We
it.
see the camaraderie coming through here in all chat. GG's across the line. They know they've been finished. They got another chance. Team 4 versus Team 3, bringing us all the way to the soul, all the way to the 35-minute mark. But it ends up being Team 3 crowned champions at the All-Star break here.
That was an insane series. I gotta say that. You
Mm.
know, just, kind of being able to watch it was amazing.
It was indeed. Being a part of this, getting to be on the cast was absolutely a pleasure. But unfortunately, if I'm not mistaken, that is the absolute final moments that we're going to see on Summoner's Rift here for you tonight. So, Dolphy, go ahead and bring us in, wrap us up. What were the highlights? What were the standouts?
I just want to point out we've been following Team 4 this entire time. We got to see their first game against Team 3. We saw them lose, and it was kind of like, ah, that sucks. And then they went and they played an amazing game against the next three teams. Next two teams beating out both Team 1 and Team 2 for the rematch. And unluckily, still was not able to beat Team 3 14-31 with a 10k, basically a 10k gold lead. But you know, they played insanely. Uh, we got to see so many great things like Nico outplays, you know, Samira's, all Syndra's, all these champions that just kind of popped off. And I think the best part was probably that Soraka with the lethal tempo at the top lane. 3-11-13, sheesh. Anyways,
Oh, something off stream. Sometimes off stream shenanigans are best left unsaid in terms of Soraka getting herself in some dicey situations. But do not let that take away from Team 3, the
yes.
victorious, the triumphant, the
And
absolute heroics here from Team 3.
you just have to point out Yika. You have to point out River. You have to point out Chris. These players are amazing. Yika, especially with the tank. This man is unkillable. Um, and River at, 11-3, 11 doing insane amounts of damage. But, that is how the cookie crumbles sometimes. It was an amazing series, and I had so much fun casting it. And, once again, I am Delphi Vix, and I was joined by Sandbag, and that was an amazing game.
Absolutely, it was. So, shoutouts one final time here to Team 3 with Yeecaw, Chris, Chinese Spy, Rivered, and Starlord, your victors of not only Titans Esports, their break at the All Stars here in the Divinity series, but also sometimes, honestly, far more importantly, the bragging rights and the money match going Chris's way. So celebrations all around as they get themselves paid in both favor and adoration, but also taking home both of the grand prizes. So absolute credit to those guys. As was so beautifully stated here, this has been Dolphy joining me. I have been Sandbag. Shoutouts to Fort behind the scenes, keeping this running smoothly. And once again, thank you everybody for tuning in to Titan Esports. We got plenty more action coming to you guys later on down the line with the playoffs coming to a conclusion with the semifinals following it up. But that will do it for us tonight. Thank you all for joining us. Have a fantastic rest of your night, and make sure we're tuning in. See you later, guys.